I've got a little bit to say about that, but I'd like to make sure that the stream is up and running first. And then you are also probably going to have to put up with the sound of a dishwasher going on in the background. I apologize for that. I didn't time everything out properly. So I wanted to get into Stellaris right away. And because there's going to be a fairly long ramp up getting the species made. However, I need to run in about, say, 10 minutes. I got to deal with something very briefly, but I am going to need a couple minutes away from the keys to get it dealt with. So there's going to be a little bit of teething trouble at the very start, but I am really looking forward to this. And as always, with a new update, we get a fancy new title screen as well. So Stellaris 3.0 Dick, named after Philip K. Dick, the excellent science fiction author. It's actually been kind of fun to follow Stellaris because of all of the patches are named after science fiction authors. I suppose the one author who was not an established science fiction author would be the Kennedy patch, which was associated with the Leviathans update, and that was because Alexis Kennedy had been invited as a guest writer for the Horizon Signal update, which is a very good little free DLC that they added in that update. So, as always, it's helpful to read the message. Stellaris 3.0 Dick, greetings, Stellaris. Oh yeah, actually, sorry, I was going to say, so it's been neat for me to follow some of these authors, because there are a couple which I didn't know about or I hadn't read before, and it's a chance for me to, just kind of expand out my my reading. I actually wound up buying. So I've never read Culture. I actually still haven't, but I bought it at least. I bought a box set of Culture for the Banks update. Philip K. Dick is somebody who I have read before. That's probably a little bit of the film connection, but I read Man in the High Castle, which is a favorite. I really enjoyed that book. I've got Counterclock World, which is probably one of his. That's not really one of his really well-known ones. I've got a collection of his short stories, so I've read, We Can Remember It For You Wholesale, which became Total Recall. Definitely a guy who I feel like a lot of, probably better known because of his, a lot of the adaptations of his either short stories or books, Minority Report, Imposter. These are old movies, but like Total Recall, Blade Runner, quite famously. I mean, Man in the High Castle now has its TV show. There's a couple of other smaller ones which are less known. Oh yeah, Paycheck. That was shot in Vancouver. I haven't seen it. I have no interest in seeing it. Yeah. Definitely very high concept science fiction, and he's somebody who I sometimes think... I have a couple of friends who actually really don't care for his writing. I really enjoyed one called Prominent Author, and I think some of my favorite stories of his are ones that actually don't lend themselves towards film adaptations. But definitely somebody who I am quite fond of. Oh, of course, sorry, a wonderful book and wonderful movie, A Scanner Darkly. Is another really good one. I actually didn't think that was one that could necessarily be done well as a as a movie, but I think you can kind of see why you might attach that name to this particular update because of the espionage. I was actually particularly excited for this DLC because I remember way back when I think it was Martin Anward was working on Stellaris. He had a developer video where he was talking about a bunch of features that he sort of wanted to see in Stellaris, and either they were working on or it hadn't quite been fully implemented in the game yet. And I think espionage had been one of the things that was mentioned in that video that was never really brought in. And so, it's I don't know if there's anything else in that video that hasn't really been talked about, but to me, this is sort of this nice little building block, which I feel is something that has sort of always been meant to be attached to the game, and has now finally been realized. Now, I haven't played this DLC yet, but let's familiarize ourselves with the description at the start. So, greetings, Stellaris has a new update. The galaxy is now a more mysterious place. Intel such as full borders or details about governments are now hidden until revealed by a spy network, sufficient trust, or through intelligence sharing from diplomatic pacts. Envoys can be assigned to manage spy networks and the diplomatic screen, and they have also taken over a greatly expanded first contact system. Colonies now produce alloys and consumer goods using industrial districts, and several buildings have new effects that add additional jobs to certain districts. Planetary designations can be used to specialize industrial district production towards either alloys or consumer goods, and improvements have been made on colony and sector automation. Building slots are now opened up by expanding the infrastructure of the colony by building city districts or upgrading the colony's capital building. Oh, gee. Biological pop growth now follows a curve where growth accelerates on partially filled planets, but slows as the planet becomes crowded. Thomas Malthus is smiling. All pops, including assemble ones, now require progressively more growth to create, gradually reducing the overall number in the late game. Save games from previous versions may not be compatible with version 3.0. If you wish to continue your old save in version 2.8.1, follow the forum link below and read the thread How to Revert Stellaris to a Previous Version. Alright, hey Paper Dupless! Okay, so it's been a little while since I've done Stellaris, and it's this sounds like some fairly... I mean, the new patches always have some fairly substantial updates. I was not expecting districts to get a redo, so I might actually parse this out again. So I was going to say that Dick is probably appropriate for an appropriate name for this patch, because if you're dealing with espionage and hidden information, it's very hard to find an author which is better suited for the idea of questioning the nature of reality. And you know, I mean, you've got in Philcadic, you've got everything. Actually, I feel like this is something he uses quite often, is like, you know, the cop is actually the killer sort of trope. But he does it so well, though. So yeah, full borders, governments. So we either need to take it, we need to build a relationship, or we need to... I suppose when you talk about intelligence sharing, this is I have an ally who I'm speaking with. The one thing they haven't mentioned in here is the idea of becoming the crisis. I don't have a strong view on whether or not that's where we're going to go in this playthrough. We'll see. Okay, let's try this again. Colonies now produce alloys and consumer goods using industrial districts. Okay, so I think the idea here is that you have an industrial district and you pick which of these you're going to orient towards. So it's like kind of like retooling for sort of a war footing or a sort of domestic use. I don't want to say like Hearts of Iron 4, but like Hearts of Iron 4. And several buildings have new effects that add additional jobs to certain districts. I like this because I definitely had trouble managing employment. Planetary designations can be used to specialize industrial district production towards either alloys or consumer goods. Oh, actually, this is another interesting... Maybe it's going to decide on its own. So the idea here is that, you know, you're just kind of assuming that your civilization is willing to sort of be on this war footing. So like you have to recycle every single tin can so that you can build a spaceship. And that maybe this is just going to force a certain amount of your production towards going towards consumer goods. That's actually really interesting if that's true. Building slots are now opened up by expanding the infrastructure of the colony by building city districts or upgrading the colony's capital building. Okay, that's also very cool, because it used to be you'd need to have a certain amount of population in order to have that happen. Okay, so the reason why I take the time to read this sort of stuff is that there's always a rare chance whenever there's a new update to Stellaris is to start over again. I have a lot of friends who say... So I've been playing Civilization quite a bit recently, and I know this is going on a while. I promise you we'll at least start at least species creation. I am trying to sort of run out the clock because in 2 minutes I got to run. But I've been playing Civilization a lot lately, and I hadn't actually played a whole lot of Civilization 6. It's very good. I don't quite understand the perception that it wasn't as good as number 5, except for the fact that always happens with Civ. But every once in a while I do hear from people, it's like, you know, I wish I was smart enough to play these kinds of games, or, you know, I just don't have the time, or it's too confusing to understand. And obviously being able to play not just Stellaris again from the start, but to play it when they've introduced totally new things without me having, you know, read any patch notes or anything along those lines, it's a wonderful little way of kind of helping unpack the process of learning these games, because I think the journey that you go in terms of learning it is part of the fun. So I hope at least some of you will gain some confidence in terms of understanding how to play the game. Now, there's a trade-off for that. I don't play the game particularly well, right? I'm not No Virtue. I'm not going to wind up, playing on maximum difficulty and just sort of wrecking it. I might actually put the difficulty down, or maybe I'll just do like normal difficulty or whatever, just so I can find my feet again. And then, when I feel a little more confident that I can bump it up again. But to me, a large part of the appeal for Stellaris is that canvas on which I can write my own science fiction story, and I am looking forward to doing that. I have a very small view about the kind of species that I want to create, but I have kind of run out the clock, so I'm gonna take a step away from the stream really quickly. I just need to get this little bit of work done, and then I will be back and we'll be ready to jump in properly and start the game. I'm sorry to have the timing turn out this weird, but that's how it went. So I was really hoping the credits would automatically run by, but I'll see you guys in just a quick minute. All right, I am really sorry about that, but I'm ready to go uninterrupted for the rest of the time. This is interesting. I don't know if I always thought Heinrich Freias was part of the original design team. Anyways, let's get started. How you doing, Nivalian? So, for those of you who are not familiar with me playing Stellaris, the big appeal to me is that it's not so much that I get to play a grand strategy game in space. It's that I get to add to my big science fiction world in the world. Oh yeah, sorry. Actually, there is one other important thing I should say. Now that I'm actually getting into the gameplay stuff, it is worth mentioning that I was given a recommended DLC, the Necroid species. Absolutely no reason for Jomar Limited to have the Necroids. Oh, maybe it's because it's a dead planet. Recommending Necroids as the makeup of the Empire suits the themes of life and death. Necroids is a flavor pack allowing you to play as a species embracing death. I mean, no, that's not... Okay. So, there is a very delicate line between letting people know about stuff that they want or might want, like in terms of DLC, and then just, throw in the in-game advertising. The DLC recommendations are about as far as I've gotten into the game, and they're ambitious. How you doing? Oh, sorry, you're still here. Sorry, I thought you were a different name. Yeah. Anyways, but yeah, I should mention that I was given a key for Nemesis from, or basically for promotional purposes. I actually had an exceptionally pleasant exchange with the individual, because it's worth remembering that I've been streaming Stellaris since before it was released. But of course, there has been a change in the way that sort of the requirements in order to get promotional keys. And the fact of the matter is that some of the things that I've covered before haven't necessarily been that popular. So Age of Wonders Planetfall, I really tried to do that as long as I could. But it's pretty clear, like, the concurrent views sort of suffered for it. So, I sort of made the case as like, I'd really love to be able to continue streaming this game. I've been doing it since it was released. Here's the deal. Is there something, is there some sort of arrangement that we can make? And the exchange was really pleasant, and just in terms of like being able to sort of work out what the, what the needs were, what the requirement was. So I'm very grateful for the opportunity. But we can't help but notice you're a fanatic Xenophile. Would you rather have this friendly new alien subtype to be friend? I mean, it's neat that they're doing that. It's just, for those of you that remember Jomar Limited, the Necroids are the least appropriate choice for the Doomsday scenario. But with that in mind, pretty much all of the DLC, I believe the exceptions for this would be the Plantoids species pack. That was one that... Oh, actually, in the human... So the Plantoids, the humanoids are ones that I bought on my own. All the other DLC have been given to me for promotional purposes, and so as always, if you if you're trying to make a purchasing decision based off of the the quality of the gameplay and the commentary, do just keep in mind that I wasn't necessarily my skin in the game is my time. But yeah, so I'm sorry, I'm getting a little off track. So part of the fun for this is that you'll notice that there are the default species type. Now, if you're playing Stellaris for the first time, I actually highly recommend picking one of these species that seems the most interesting to you. But they do also mention all of the different, like they have inside of them a little, they've got these biographies written for them. And every time I've started a new Stellaris playthrough on stream, I've always created not just a new species, but I've created a backstory for them. And so part of the fun here, I mean, some of these are old, so like Prosperous Unification is just because we haven't really done a whole lot. Mantisura Order was actually one I made specifically from the Eyes of Sin, giving me a small prompt. But yeah, the whole idea behind this has been just a chance to add another species and another story into this. Yeah, these are all Prosperous Unification. I should probably sit down and work out for some of these to maybe see if there's some alternative, alternative titles that I can give on these. Why Necroids? Why Necroids when I'm playing a machine intelligence? Huh. Anyways, so one way or the other, we're going to do the exact same thing here. Now, I've got a very... So the one problem I have is that I'm never sure quite where I'm going to go in terms of the overall story. Here, I've got some very broad strokes in terms of what I want to deal with for species, and part of this is driven by the new DLC. Part of this is driven by some things that I've been thinking about a little bit. So I'll give you what I think so far. I knew that there would be espionage in this one. That's kind of like one of the big headline features of the game, and so I wanted to work with something. I wanted to work with something sort of along those lines, and I've been wanting to watch a documentary, and I've been finding it very hard to find a copy. It's called Integrate Silence, and this is it's basically a documentary that was recorded in La Grande Chartreuse, which is a monastery. It's kind of the mothership of the Carathusan Order. And there's sort of vow of silence, and it's just this documentary of the I don't know if a vow of silence is the right term, actually. But anyways, it's this documentary about life inside of this monastery. There's absolutely no spoken dialogue. I think there's a little bit of scripture that's written on title cards in between. But it's really, really hard to find. I don't have any streaming services that have it. There was a service through the library called Canopy, which claimed to have it. But then as soon as I signed up for an account, they said that it's not available in my region. So I've been thinking a little bit about religious orders, and then there was another factor that went into play here. I think it was kind of organizations like the Cabernet Noir in France. So the idea of these would basically it was kind of run through the post office, where they'd sort of look through everyone's mail and do code breaking, and then eventually these kind of combine together in terms of sort of these cults or orders dedicated towards secrecy. And this could be everything from sort of the Freemasons to the Pythagoreans back in ancient Greece. You've got a few different ideas. So I wanted to do something that had a spiritualist ethic. And I really like this idea of not just a religious order sort of dedicated towards secrecy and such. I mean, one of the I originally sort of had this idea of maybe we could do something like, originally a major telecommunications. So the first idea I had was, and we might go with this, is that it would have been something that under normal circumstances would have become a megacorp. Sort of this telecommunications giant that eventually becomes a monopoly, and then of course because it controls all of the ability to communicate, it kind of becomes this this world and eventually galaxy spanning monopoly. And I thought, instead it takes one slightly different direction in which you have a particularly charismatic CEO who takes on this sort of religious significance, and instead you wind up with sort of a cult built around them. And the problem here is that this sort of smacks of either Warhammer 40k, if you think of the Emperor, or Comstar in BattleTech, which I don't have a problem with, because honestly, I just think people who always look at something that you enjoy and then they say, oh, well, that was done in X, will not spend their time enjoying things and all their time just sort of pretending they know it all. These are not people you really need to spend a lot of time impressing. But I wanted to see if there's something more that we could do with that. So the broad strokes I'm working with right now are sort of religious orders dedicated towards maybe the keeping of secrets, or maybe even a study towards the keeping of secrets. And I've got some of those through lines running together. So these are the very, very basics, and then we're going to sort of build that out. We'll flesh it out, and I'll start picking things like species looks and so on as we go on. So right now, species name list, traits, all of those I'm going to leave for when we have a better idea of who these people are. Origin might be something, but let's maybe start with the government and ethics. So spiritualism, I actually don't do spiritualist all that often. So can build temple buildings, cannot use the full AI rights policy. There are those who think it behooves us to remember how tiny we are, how pointless our lives are in this vast and caring universe. What nonsense! The only truth we can ever know is that of our own existence. The universe, in all its apparent glory, is but a dream we all happen to share. Or we could be fanatic spiritualist, also temple buildings, cannot use full AI rights policy. There's a monthly unity of plus 20% instead of the 10. Edict costs are down. Our science has proved that consciousness begets reality. We regard with patience the childlike efforts of those who delude themselves that it is the other way around, as they play with their blocks of hard matter. So, I don't feel particularly pushed towards doing fanatic spiritualism. The difficulty now is trying to find out what the remaining is. So the things that we are cut off from, of course, are materialist. I was debating on doing a Gestalt consciousness at some point, but I'm a little... I wanted to try and do something... once I hooked on to this idea of a religious order around secrecy, I don't know, a crypto religion or something, I figured I probably should do something more traditional. So there's a bunch of different ways that you can go, right? You know, you could try and say that you have this grounding in wanting to preserve secrets because it's a way of ensuring, a more egalitarian society. Of course, we were talking about the control of information, so that might lend itself towards an authoritarian style. Obviously, secrets have been a major part in military operations. Or we could sort of say that this is a neutral arbiter, right? That they collect all of this knowledge, but they don't necessarily take a particular side. It's hard for me to see why I would do xenophobe. I do think xenophilia is probably a little more likely, and not necessarily because they like people, but more because they're just very good at getting people into, at getting what they want from people. I am slightly geared towards authoritarian for this group. It's really hard for me to justify militarism, but I don't want to go full pacifist either. Let's see what it goes. Okay, so a strong guiding hand is essential to the success of any civilization. The alternative would be anarchy and chaos. It is the duty of the state to steer its citizens towards the paths that are most productive. And fanatic or authoritarian, a single voice, a single throne, a single state. It is the solemn duty of the masses to obey those enlightened few who have been charged with the great responsibility of leadership. Okay. That is actually quite tempting. So there was the possibility where I could do mega corporation. In fact, I could do criminal heritage. I can never remember. There's a way to get, there we go, subversive cult. I'm very tempted to try and go this way, but I've done Megacorps a couple of times now. So let's actually try Fanatic Authoritarian. So then the question would be, how does this religious order select its leadership? Obviously, it is not imperial if you think of the Catholic Church. There is that process through which the cardinals select the Pope, or you could have, the Roman system. It doesn't even have to be hereditary, but just sort of the selected. So, upon ruler death, a designated successor becomes a new ruler. Imperial governments are similar to dictatorial ones, except that the throne is always inherited by a designated successor upon the ruler's death, and then holds an election upon ruler death to select the new ruler. Dictatorial governments are ruled by a single individual for life that wields absolute control over the state. I think I will do dictatorial. Okay, so we're starting to get... So part of this here, this is actually kind of going the opposite way around, which I'll sometimes start with an idea for a species, and then I'll make some choices in terms of how I think those things line up the best. And in this case here, I've actually just started with some very broad strokes. And what's happening now is like I'm trying to pick, it's like, okay, so knowing these broad strokes, what do I think is most appropriate? So then I'm picking some ethics, and that's going to start feeding into some of the specifics about how this species is going to be shaped. So for instance, here, the fanatic authoritarian, yeah, this definitely seems like how you might see a religious order structured. I didn't really feel that the write-up for Fanatic Spiritualist was quite enough what I needed here. So this is currently listed as a theocratic dictatorship. So let's just see what we've got here for our... the one thing I'm not crazy about is the enslavement. So I'm maybe going to avoid those. But let's see what we've got here. So we've got Byzantine bureaucracy, corvée system. I'm not so sure. I don't think that quite works. Cutthroat politics is kind of interesting, and particularly the fact that it's got a code-breaking list into it. This is actually a neat idea. So, this religious order could also be a little bit like an econ seminar, where it always feels like everybody's like ready to just kind of stab each other during the discussion. So that might be interesting. Diplomatic corps. Oh, this is actually... I can definitely see how that might work. Efficient bureaucracy, environmentalist, exalted priesthood. To guard against heresy, the society is ruled by a religious council consisting of the wisest and most pious members of the clergy. Capital buildings replace some administrator jobs with high priests. High priests produce additional unity. Okay, that one definitely seems appropriate. Functional architecture, merchant guilds. Don't quite see how that can work. Philosopher King kind of always feels like it might be appropriate here, but maybe we can do better. I don't know if the Shadow Council is really appropriate. So we'll start with Exalted Priesthood for sure. I'm actually a little curious, so I'm just going to see if the name changes with any of these. I don't think I'm going to go... I don't want to spend like too much time on this, but I am curious if you can get a different government name. Elective monarchy, interesting. Yeah, so there's one new title that you can get. So cutthroat politics is mildly tempting, not even necessarily because of the edict. The code breaking really should be the reason that it goes for. So we've got the exalted priesthood, and the political system in this society is renowned for its intrigue. Power struggles, shady backroom deals, and cloak and dagger scheming are par for the course. Those who survive long enough to learn the game, however, tend to learn it well. All right. So we're definitely getting into some... I think we're definitely getting into some constraints that'll make this really interesting. Okay. So let's take a look at some of the based on the government, this is the voice that we get.
Maintaining state cohesion as we venture into space presents a unique challenge. We shall face the challenge head on, and we shall be stronger for it. The weak govern, the strong rule. Maintaining state cohesion as we venture into space presents a unique challenge. We shall face the challenge head on, and we shall be stronger for it.
Faith manages. Thinking machines are an affront to nature. These profane constructs must never be allowed to... Oh, wait.
Knowledge. Knowledge. Discovery. Compassion. Integrity. And hot tea. Nothing is impossible to those who would try.
The blind masses must be led down the path of reason. The laws of science govern all.
Well, that kind of rules it out.
Maintaining state cohesion as we venture into space presents a unique challenge. We shall face the challenge head on.
Okay. So now we can think a little bit about our origins. This was brought in earlier on, but Necrophage, that's for the DLC pack. Man, that's weird. So I had the Doomsday, and it told me to get Necroids, despite the fact that there's an origin dedicated to them. Fair enough. Okay, so we've got Prosperous Unification, which is kind of the default start. There's Mechanist now. I can't really do that because I'm not materialist. So syncretic evolution, a second species forms an integral part of the civilization. They're big, strong, and most of them have the intelligence of a particularly dim-witted child. Ancient wars have culled their species of their most aggressive tendencies, leaving them quite servile. So that's not quite where I want to go. Life-seeded is quite tempting here. So the civilization has evolved in a paradise possibly designed just for them. Homeworld is a Gaia world, with several rare planetary features. Habitability preference is set to Gaia world preference, making other types of planets undesirable. Post-apocalyptic. Baptized by nuclear fire, the civilization has faced total annihilation and survived. Devastated yet unbroken, they have rebuilt civilization from the ashes of the old world. This doesn't quite work for me. I don't really think that that fits in the overall plan. Remnants, the civilization once spanned the void, controlling much of the galaxy. They were eventually defeated and almost destroyed, but after a long period of destitution, they are returning to the stars. Interesting. Okay. So this one would be neat, in the idea that we could actually be a branch of a vast kind of galaxy-spanning empire. We could be the intelligence corps, and all right. So I'm gonna click this one for a start. There might be some other places where we can go with this, but I'm intrigued by the Remnants idea. So Shattered Ring, the civilization inhibits a ring world built by unknown forerunners. It can be understood and fully repaired. If it can be understood and fully repaired, it will grant them great power. Start with a partially destroyed ring world as your home world. The ring world will start with an arcane generator that is able to maintain some of your segments. Habitability preference is set to ring world preference, making other types of settlement undesirable. Void Dwellers, civilization has made its home in space for as long as it has maintained records. Life in a typical planetary environment is anathema to them. They live on 3 orbital habitats, which were only recently united. Scion, a fallen empire, has meddled in the development of the civilization for thousands of years, guiding them onto a path of their choosing. Now, this would be a really neat one, save for the fact that we start as a vassal. And so I'm not quite sure how well that aligns with sort of the intelligence and sort of wheeling and dealing. Galactic Dorset, this civilization is a dormant gateway in their home system, a potential technological benefit or a looming menace. That's also a potentially interesting one, but maybe not one I can... again, I'm trying to find something that really fits with the overall theme. Tree of Life. The Hive has evolved in a symbiotic relationship with a vast tree. The tree grants them many benefits, but its loss would cripple them. I'm actually really intrigued by this one, but it is a hive mind. So, on the shoulders of giants, due to some unknown past, the civilization has hidden boons in their solar system, placed there by a mysterious benefactor. Calamitous Birth, not native to their home. Oh, right, this is the lithoid one. This is a neat one, actually. Resource Consolidation, that's a machine... Common Ground. The civilization established early contact with their immediate and alien neighbors. Finding strength in their differences, they soon decided to face the future and whatever it might bring together. Hegemon. The civilization established early contact with their immediate alien neighbors. Gradually, over the span of a century, they masterminded the birth of an interstellar union in which they would have a dominant role. So this is kind of the nasty version of Common Ground. We've done Doomsday. This is actually a really fun one to start with, but not appropriate for what we're looking at right now. And then this is kind of a tempting one, Lost Colony. A civilization originated as a lost and forgotten colony, separated from its homeworld long ago. The struggling colonists endured many hardships before they were able to build up the necessary technological and industrial base that would allow a return to space. An advanced empire of the species is spawned somewhere in the galaxy. So yeah, I mean, it's tempting. I wasn't thinking of that originally this way, but I kind of like the idea of remnants. So we're gonna run with that. I pretty much have to do this room, unless they added a new one. Well, it looks like they did add some new ones, but yeah, I'm kind of required to do that. The rest of it I gotta figure out. All right. I think this will work. So the name of the organization is the Black Codex, and its members are called the Avowed. All right. Well, I guess the black, the primary color's got to be black. So I am kind of tempted. Oh yeah, okay, that's right, because the it's always going to be gold in the center anyway. So I may not necessarily have to pick a pattern like this. Okay, let's try and find. So this is a tempting one. The other alternative is to try and find some kind of arcane. So, this is the sort of thing you might see on a mystery religion, or this one, because it's all like weird and asymmetrical. If you've ever seen a heptagram, that's a neat looking little. Ooh, actually, that might work. So I figure we could do either one of these, but honestly, this is I think this is pretty much what I gotta go for. So I do kind of like the idea of the wave in the background, just because of the idea of maybe signal processing and such. Then there's also the fact that the circle never quite touches the edges on here, which is a little tempting. I think I prefer this logo a little bit more. Okay. We're getting somewhere here. So I guess I can start settling on some traits now. So part of the idea that I have behind this this group, and one of the ways that they do, I wonder if I do hide on. Nope, they're gonna try and sell me stuff no matter what. So I was sort of thinking about the different ways that this organization could try and build itself around the idea of codes. And I definitely thought about the idea that, this is a group. So if you read stuff like Plato, you'll see a very heavy influence on mathematics. The Pythagoreans obviously had very profound, what we would kind of consider to be religious beliefs, while also producing mathematics. For a lot of kind of mathematicians in the sort of this Platonic tradition, you don't necessarily see a contradiction between doing, the sorts of things that we would associate with modern cryptography along with spiritual beliefs. So I sort of thought of the idea of these ciphers, which are also sort of metaphorical ciphers. So if you think of something like the Book of Revelation, and like the really famous bit about, the mark of the beast, and, it's the number of a man, you get these whole ideas of, if you have, or, let he who hath understanding, there is a code specifically for who they're talking about. And of course, if you consider the context in which there is persecution of this religious group going on, you have to speak in code. And so I sort of had the idea that in addition to its work in what we would consider to be sort of traditional cryptography, they also have this idea of sort of metaphorical ciphers. So they are incredibly well studied. They are a very erudite group, and it's not just that you have sort of these different passages in terms of knowledge to advance within the organization, but it's just simply that you are not going to be able to decipher the message if you haven't done the required reading. I guess I would maybe say, I really like ancient mythology. So if I had happened to know that you had, read Ovid's Metamorphoses, I could say, hey, do you remember what happened? Oh, why did the stream go down? It's like, well, you remember what happened to Apollo's son when he, when he was given the one wish for Apollo, he crashes the chariot. It's not exactly quite what happens there, but that's a really dumb example. But obviously, if you don't know that story, you're not necessarily going to be able to figure out what was going on there. So I sort of had this idea that there's the two paths, which is there is the hard science side in which they are understanding their subject very well, but there's also what you would normally associate with this kind of this monastic life and this religious order in terms of understanding the deep mysteries, something, and being able to talk to each other sort of with their own little shibboleths. So with that in mind, obviously intelligent is one of these things that I kind of feel like I wind up putting in all of my species. But these kinds of ideas, like being able to communicate in secret, is that's one thing that I want to try and embrace with some of these. Oh, actually, here's an interesting idea. So I could make them slow breeders, which is not great for me from a growth point of view. But I do like this idea that inducting people into the order takes time. So maybe we can start them off with slow breeders. I think I am going to do intelligent. Well, yeah, because like ingenious members of the species are good at thinking outside the box and know how to maximize the efficiency of their infrastructure, whereas the species is highly intelligent and enjoys faster technological progress. This seems much more in line with what I just described. I mean, I also don't have to put a negative on, but I want to see if there's maybe some other things that we can bring in. I mean, I could also do talented and quick learners, but traditional is tempting. And then communal definitely seems to be in line with... it's funny to have communal and a cutthroat bureaucracy, but... Yeah. Communal because, I am kind of... the inspiration is sort of after these monastic groups. And then traditional because... I don't know, I kind of feel like if you're doing something religious-oriented, it's kind of... you're kind of required. Okay, we're getting close. We're getting close to where we want to be. Now, I don't think it really matters. It's always going to be a relic world, so it doesn't. I guess it doesn't really matter what the world type is. Yeah, it's always going to be dry no matter what. So. Mitra. Makes me think of Miter. Okay. So, I guess at this point, I gotta figure out what they look like. So, humanoid, we can work with. I want to try and reverse. Weird. As a necroid machine. Fancy that. Okay. So I'll avoid lithoids. Because I already did a lithoid religious group. Plantoids are kind of fun. I don't know, which of these are best at keeping secrets? I feel like molluscoids would be good at keeping secrets. This would definitely be very different from what people would expect. Space lobsters. I don't feel like birds are very good secret keepers. I mean, this is very regal looking for sure. It's always like I'm obviously always obligated to point out these good folks. I mean, I am maybe a little tempted to. I mean, definitely some of the mammalians are fun to look at. Some of them also look very wise. I might go humanoid though. So space elves. We've done these guys a couple of times. Then again, This might work, actually. Is that fur? I think 2 works the best. Okay, so let's say we're going with mammalian for now. So I'm just trying to get... I'm really bad looking at like the leader names and fleet names and such. What I am interested in are the like the ship or the fleet names, because they tend to communicate a little bit about so port, first Pomlin, refuge, grave, communicate. Actually, yeah, these are neat because we're talking a little bit about squirrels are the greatest secret. That's a really good point, Faber Duplessis. Man, this is I don't know. I'm split. I don't know. I'm kind of split between. I know this isn't a squirrel, but like I'm kind of tempted between these two. I like sort of I'm quite partial to this look. But does anybody prefer the foxes? This is also a rather good one, but let me know. I think one reason I've avoided using this particular model is that this was one of the first. This is one of the first Fallen Empires that I've gotten, so I've always sort of felt that this is like a special one that I'm never supposed to use. So these are kind of descriptive. Again, the idea of these sort of metaphorical ciphers. Task forces, it's okay, but it's not... Yeah, colony. But yeah, I definitely like Mammalian 1. So these names are going to be a little hard to pronounce. But just looking at like some of the planet names, this is definitely in line with what I want. It also means I should go back to the home world. Oh, Quantos would have been good. Okay. I'm really bad coming up with species names, so this one I might, we'll see if we get Valian. Sorry, Night Valian, you're gonna have to get your own copy to go for that. Ooh, Imutherin. Okay, so I've been putting... Why... Didn't it used to let me do a random... Yeah, there we go. Dimi Bethan. Okay, so this is the part I've been dreading because I've got... so this is the part, right? Like, all of these choices have been... I had the broad strokes in terms of my my overall species, kind of what I wanted to try and get done. We've had to play around a little bit with some of these descriptions. So we said, okay, I want to do something about a religious order, not just built around kind of keeping secrets, because plenty of religious orders have had it to do that, but a religious order essentially... kind of almost built around the idea of sort of cryptography and knowledge as we sort of know it. These are sort of monks that would be as comfortable discussing information theory, so this is like Claude Shannon's work, as they would be discussing, what exactly it means for a number to exist. And we sort of said, okay, we're going to go for authoritarian because you kind of have this idea of like a religious structure. I was debating on doing something like oligarchy. And I decided to do exalted priesthood because that sort of seems to make sense. And then cutthroat politics essentially because of code breaking. And I don't necessarily mind the idea of the intrigue being particularly intense. Because again, you sort of have this idea of, of people trying to outdo each other in terms of research and work. So I can sort of build inside of that. And then one of the places where it got a little bit unexpected was the idea of remnants. And so maybe there is this idea that the intelligence apparatus of an old empire has been able to survive this disaster. And instead they, they're sort of reemerging as their own entity. But unfortunately, there's one last batch of things that I can do. I can try and get around having to pick by selecting my city types. Unfortunately, I usually just wind up going for the default. So there we go, mammalian ships, imperial ships. God, it's tempting. I think I'll stick with the mammalian ships for now. But at some point, I do need to come up with the biography, and this is the hard part because I'm always worried I'm not going to be able to pull it off. So, let's see here. I don't actually want to talk about the origins of the Black Codex. I want to talk more about who they are. So, sorry, I need a minute to just get started. I know the stream is running and I gotta deliver, but all right, accurately separating the facts and legends about the Black Codex require membership, and anything less than membership in the higher orders would only be accurate about 60% of the time. Ranged from... Oh God, who was one of my more ruthless? Sorry, I just need a second to... I'm gonna back out for a second. I need to figure out which was... yes. The Blessed Alari Grand Duchy. Ooh, the unnamed head of... It's D-U-C-H-Y, right? Yeah. Oh, God. Grand... This is embarrassing. Oops. Can't do new lines. Okay. This is kind of rough, but sorry, just one more second. I'm sure you can hear the messages going on in the background, just trying to... I thought they knew I was streaming, but... I think I... Oh, God. All right. Okay, I think we're getting close to the end here. Um, All right. Accurately separating the facts and legends about the Black Codex would require membership, and anything less than membership in the higher orders would only be accurate about 60% of the time. Reputed members have ranged from Rhizome Capital's most popular televangelist Francis Baybury to the unnamed head of the intelligence services of the Blessed Ilari Grand Duchy. These are two species that I ran before. The greatest cryptographers have been stymied by the Black Codex use of metaphorical ciphers, while the great philosophers of lesser empires lack the computational power to bear witness to the labyrinthine sermons of Matriarch Bethen. The Black Codex knows and keeps all. What they do with the information remains to be seen, which is what this playthrough will be about. So it doesn't really deal with the origins, but then we've dealt with that before. I do like the idea of sort of some implied backgrounds on here, but is everybody okay with that species idea? Do you roughly know where this is going? Any recommendations for changes? I can probably make some minor adjustments along the lines here, but I think we are at the 1 hour mark, so that's about par for species creation. And you also got to see my terrible spelling. But as long as there's a few of you still around to watch and enjoy all of this, I'm willing to make small adjustments, and failing that, we will jump in. Seems like a species willing to return all material reality. Oh God, you're right, Paper Duplet. I didn't think of something so malevolent. Okay. I'm tempted. So normally when I've played, I've gone for like huge. Maybe this time we do a medium. So could somebody in chat, this is about as random as I get, so I just kind of keep hammering the right button. Could I get somebody in chat to type stop? And when I see you say stop, I'm just going to stop clicking, and that's going to be the size that we run with. Thank you. It's ring size. I usually pretty much do all of the, I kind of randomize and stick with the Romeo Void. Thank you very much. Admiral Commodore. Does anybody remember what the default is? I feel like Admiral is going to clobber me. Captain's probably a little bit too. Oh yeah, I said I was going to do one below what I normally do. So if I normally do Admiral, then I think we'll try Commodore because it's been a while. I'm still probably going to lose, but I don't know. I like doing default stuff. So medium is just because I do intend to do a long run. So if this winds up being a shorter run, I'll just, spin it up again. But the plan here is that we're going to be doing... we're going to basically be doing... This is going to be the Monday game until we complete the playthrough. And then if the playthrough's done relatively quickly, we'll just spin up a new one, maybe with a larger map. And if it takes us forever, it has actually gone to a point where... the new DLC has come out before I was able to finish the playthrough. We'll deal with that when it comes up. But we're in this for the long haul. So... Once our empire spanned the void, once our fleets controlled much of the galaxy, then came defeat and the fall. Finally, after millennia of purgatory, it is time to return to the stars. At long last, our civilization is rebuilt to the point of interstellar travel. The galaxy shall be ours again. Several regions on Quantos are still ruined. Clearing these areas may reveal lost resources and forgotten technology. So this is the other thing I like about Remnants. And this is actually one thing that my gripes with the DLC recommendations are less about them advertising, because this has been true in Paradox games before. But you notice there's little implications in terms of what I'm translating these mechanics to. It's not necessarily that the Black Codex are slow breeders, although you could make the arguments, right, that, well, it's a religious order, so maybe, relations are frowned upon. It doesn't have to be, though. But the idea here is that it's really hard to actually become a useful member of the religious order. Again, if being a member, you only know about 60% of the information that's running around about the Black Codex is true. That's kind of hard to operate in. And so the idea here is that this just represents the time that it takes to actually become a fully knowledgeable and effective member of the Black Codex. So, similarly here, it could be that, we're recovering the lost knowledge of, the lost knowledge of a former empire, or it could just simply be that we're actually finally understanding what the hell this guy wrote about 100 years ago. And there's a few different ways that you can run with that. So I find some of the DLC recommendations here are actually kind of railroading you, where previously this game gave you a little bit more freedom in terms of interpreting what was going on. That's actually why I really like the Origins system. So let's see how much I remember about how this game works. Science ship. So everything starts off explored now, right? Yes. So it's just a question of building. So, well, I guess I like dry world, so it's not so important for me to claim the world as it is. Let's go for it. And then one of the first questions I always deal with is, how do I want to spend my starting resources? So sometimes I want to get the extra energy so that I can build up a new, basically a new science ship, get a second one going right away. In order to do that, I would take my shipyard, so I can build the science ship right away, but in order to hire a new scientist for it, I would need, where are we? So yeah, I need 200 for all of those leaders. It'll take me a little under 10 months to get it. Yeah, I'm actually kind of tempted. I'm also tempted to go for the energy, just simply because it's 3 as opposed to 2. So we'll take our construction ship. We'll go to the gas giant, and we'll collect some delicious energy. I guess I can build the science ship right away. It's just going to be hanging around, not doing anything for a little while, but I can live with that. Okay. I will pick my science in a minute. Let's just take a look and see what Quantos looks like, especially because of the changes to districts. So, okay, this makes a ton of sense. So, as we were talking about from the note, it looks like we've got so the industrial districts, artisans turn minerals into consumer goods, metallurgists turn minerals into alloys. The base production is 5 alloys, 6 commercial goods, so the guns and butter trade-off isn't really directly in our hands in terms of construction anymore. But I think they said that there were certain edicts that we could... There we go. Well, nothing inside here yet. All right. What are we looking at for features? So, blockers. Okay, so unlocking these would give us access for more generator districts. Okay, so we get some artifacts by clearing out the ruined arcologies. Looks like it's both a combination of minerals and energy, so it's going to take me a long while to get those, but that's good to know. This is all stuff that we already have, so that's less of a worry. Okay, so that's making sense to me here, just in the sense of, like, getting rid of these this whole getting rid of blockers thing is kind of the same as before. Slots can be unlocked by building city districts or upgrading your planetary administration. Okay. Oh, so I guess it is still kind of attached to population. It's just that the city district... Okay. This is making sense. I don't really have any strong feelings about which of these I want to build already. This will sort of maintain in terms of housing. It's probably most tempting for me to keep going on industrial districts because just the refined goods are so useful. And this particular planet doesn't seem to be very good for specializing in anything. Like, I could probably max out the districts and still be able to build out in terms of things like generator districts. And then... Oh, so we still have alloy foundry. Okay, so they didn't get rid of the alloy foundries in civilian industries, but there seems to be just a basic level of production anyway. Fair enough. Okay. So this isn't quite as this isn't quite as this isn't quite as drastic of a change as I thought it would be. Edicts specifically are something else, but the patch notes, or not the patch notes, the description that they gave early on in the patch seemed to suggest that it is a planet level adjustment that you can make to sort of shift the production. It could also be that it's in the colonies. It could be that it's in the colony designation, and of course, because it's the capital, you don't get to mess around with that. So mostly here, I'm just sort of hunting for some of the new features. And of course, here are individual edicts. There's not a whole lot. Fortify the border, veneration of the saints, and information quarantine. Okay, so a little bit less for me to learn at the moment, I think. And then I just want to see if there's anything related to spying that I need to... nothing that I can see directly in this menu for now. So, last thing we'll do is figure out our text to pick. So, better physics research, better energy credits. I think I'm going to go for the research. For starters, extra monthly unity is tempting. The growth speed is also very tempting, but I think I like the extra unity because it gives me access to those Ascension Perks and powered exoskeletons. So powered exoskeletons used to be the thing that I would always go for at the very start, but I'm actually tempted to do nanomechanics again. Again, science is always nice. The other factor I kind of consider is the minerals don't quite mean what they used to now. And then the other factor is that this is the one case where a 5% boost to my minerals is really not going to mean that much. I'm currently earning 18.97. So it's my second lowest production. Still, it's not great yet. Yeah, we're ready to go. So I might speed things up. I definitely have a very plotting approach to Stellaris, and I don't think that's necessarily going to change because I would like to get a little bit of a read in terms of just where everything's sitting for the start. But I'll talk a little bit about what my most immediate concerns are. So one reason why once upon a time, I used to care a lot more about the time that it would take to build a science ship. So basically 60 days. So you're looking at about 2 months. I know it takes more than 2 months for me to get to the energy credits. So the ideal form would be, I wait 8 months, build the science ship, the remaining 2 months go by, and then I just have that surplus 1 energy each time. Because right now the science ship's sort of sitting unused, taking up energy, for nothing. I do like having some early science ships because, of course, you get better experience by examining a lot of anomalies. I also have a tendency to go for anomalies regardless of how difficult they are. Mysterious Ruins. Castro 1 contains the remnants of an ancient abandoned colony. From orbit, there are no obvious signs of disaster which would have killed the inhabitants or compelled them to flee. If we want answers, an expedition to the surface will be required.
Construction complete.
ISS. Ataco has completed the construction of a mining station or an order of Lavalcore. I guess I could send somebody off to work on that right away. What does my current scientist have? So we're going to be waiting for our next construction. It seems to me that Darpo's Communion is the next best choice. So Vac Jacana is my current scientist, and they are good at getting experience. Buri Donag is actually pretty tempting. They're not the youngest, but I'm probably going to get them just because of their anomaly research speed, which is kind of what that ship is going to be built towards. But I may actually just head straight to... I might just head straight to... oh no, I can't excavate it because I don't own it yet. But yeah, it is tempting to just do that early. we got 2 months before the see, this is what I'm talking about on the 2-month thing, right? If I'd even waited 1 more month for my or actually I guess that's not true because because I was already building the energy. So yeah, had I been a little more disciplined, I would have gotten that a month ahead. Anyways, neither here nor there. Let's recruit the scientist and we'll get them sort of working on the other side of the systems. You know what? We'll do something like that. All right, and we're ready for our first tradition. So it used to be that I'd always go for expansion first, and I'm still kind of tempted to do that because of the influence cost for star bases and colonization fever and so on. Discovery has become a little bit more attractive, though. The adoption effect is really tempting because of Map the Stars. So you can increase your anomaly research speed, which basically means that my science ships are going to be a little bit more effective at sort of running through the different systems. Given the fact that I will usually take on harder anomalies than I can really stand, it's a pretty strong choice. Survey speed, also an improvement. And then there was, the research alternatives is also kind of nice because of the, just the fact that you're able to guide your research a little bit more effectively. And then of course, story-wise, this is, Discovery is probably a little bit more in line with the, the themes underlying the, the Black Codex. Expansion, colony development speed is really nice. I do actually try to expand the colonies relatively early. But in this case, I think I'm going to go down the discovery path. It's not bad to try some new things. I remember it used to be that I would actually do discovery quite late, but I'm not quite in that mode yet. I've also been neglecting. This is why I'm really bad at boosting up the speed. I always keep missing stuff. So where's my construction ship? No, they're already sitting. So, of course, this is all about acquiring new resources. One of the ways that I can think about getting the energy credits on Laval Core is not necessarily the idea that it's adding up my... it's not adding to my total energy credits right away. What it's doing is it's financing the expansion to the rest of the system. So in this case, we're building the one energy, the energy sort of pays for itself. So we have 2 other expansions within my existing system, which means that we have a net increase of 1. And then of course we have the better minerals and engineering that we'll sort of build out to. So there are things over in the Castra system. Carrying on. But yeah, so what are my immediate term goals? Well, one, this is sort of, I always like to go back to, one of my first great loves with gaming is the, the first warrior and settler that you have in Civilization. You've got an entire map. You don't know what's on that map. You don't know what's waiting for you. It looks like what Nemesis is trying to do is add even more mystery in the sense that you don't have a clear idea of borders or what types of species you're running into at the very start. And so this opening little bit here is just, filling in that map with as much information as you can get. The best way to do that is to get science ships, which is, of course, why I built this in the first place. The next questions, though, are what do
Star system charted.
The Castra system has been fully surveyed, so we'll take a look at that. The science ship should already be on its way to work. I should have explained holding down Shift and then survey just allowed me to do those in order. But part of this is just getting information on which I'll be basing out my later expansion. And then I'm also going to need to make some important decisions like, what do I spend my alloys on? Do I want to build a 3rd science ship? It's tempting. It's going to take me another 10 months before I can do anything about that. Or do I want to expand my military? Am I willing to sacrifice the energy credits that it will take to build out my fleets? So right now I've got a Corvette that's going to cost me 100 alloys. That's really that's about 1/3 of what I've got in terms of a stockpile. So I think there's a fairly good argument for me to hang on to that. But it is important to remember that in a little bit I'm going to want to expand. Castra is actually a viable colony, and I'm going to need 90 alloys for that. So I think I actually will queue up the star base. That's also going to have an energy credits cost. So let's just see what we're working with. Castra's already got the energy on the star. Ah, interesting. Okay, so I don't know what it'll cost to maintain the base. I don't quite know how the costs work when you build the like the base. But there's only one other planet to exploit, so that works. That's pretty efficient as far as energy is concerned. Okay, well, now I'm sort of regretting not going for the early expansion because we've got 2 colonies that we could hop over to. And these are all in pretty decent little spots. So one thing that I want to keep in mind is I want to have my influence to a level where I'm able to sort of expand out at a fairly decent clip. Yeah, so now the decision is, do I want to do this expansion choice right away, or do I want to try and go a little bit deeper down the discovery path? I think I'm going to split the difference. So I'm going to go to boldly go, and I might actually hold off. And start splitting these. So the cost here is that I wind up delaying one of my Ascension perks by going down two trees. But in this case, I think it will be worth it because in the end, it's just going to facilitate greater expansion. So yes, we will do To Boldly Go. A new age of exploration is upon us. As we once mapped the surface of our homeworld, we must now brave new terrain, space. There's a galaxy full of wonder waiting to be discovered. It's also a little easier for me to say that I'm continuing to go down the discovery path, because in the end, I'm committing to a decision that I've already made before. If, on the other hand, I say, okay, you know what, I'm not so comfortable with this. All right, I'll talk a little bit about this decision here. If, on the other hand, I say, okay, you know what, this expansion idea isn't so good, I haven't committed anything to it yet. If I went to the expansion right away and I later decided, you know what, I just really can't support multiple colonies at the moment, then I run into this difficulty of being one behind in terms of getting my Ascension perks. So, and for those of you that don't know what they are, so the Ascension perks are reasonably powerful upgrades. So you've got, you believe having 2 tradition trees open also increases the base cost of the option. You mean like in terms of, well, that's true anytime that you pick isn't it the case that as you continue to go down these paths, the costs go up? Or are you saying that it makes it go up even more by having 2 branches open? So here's an example of what you're potentially giving up when you go down more than one, or when you're going down more than one tradition. So let's say it's like, okay, I really like Unity. Unity's getting me these helpful tradition things. They're making it, they're making making me stronger. So I take one vision and I get a 10% boost to my monthly Unity, lower reduction in amenities usage, better governing ethics attraction. Everything about this is beautiful. So if leaving aside the possibility that opening up another branch may have a higher cost, obviously delaying something like One Vision or Technological Ascendancy just means that I'm not getting those extra perks as quickly as I otherwise would have. I've never actually opened more than one tradition, but again, depending on my situation, being able to sort of get these high value colonies right away. I mean, the question really comes down to, does that extra pop, especially when I've already got a reduction in terms of my pop growth speed, does that give me something that is worth it in the long run? Now this unit is pretty good at researching anomalies. Normally, oh, hang on. already performing this order. Okay, so it is moving. It is moving on to it. So I get a lot of flack when I do this. For whatever reason, I think it's mostly because I don't like backtracking. It's also one of the reasons why I build more than one science ship. I do tend to like investigating anomalies as I find them. If there's something really important for me to work on, I will, I'll cut it out and go elsewhere.
Construction complete.
Normally, I've usually wound up. Oh, well, that answers that. So you don't get the energies anymore for the stations. Again, it's been a while, so some of the details like this, whether the stations count as being built on this star or not, are a little hazy for me. But yeah, so I don't know. Like, I usually just tend to do anomalies as they go by. This is a fairly high level anomaly. Level 5 is actually something I would, in some cases, debate on leaving behind, but then I add to it the fact that I do have a 35% increase to research speed, so this is still going to take a while, but I don't know. I don't feel as bad about it. Okay, so what does this thing cost me? It costs me 1. So net, this system's it's gonna be sort of a wash. I will, I'll have to pay for the station, and then I'll pay for the mining platform, but we're going to be up to 6 minerals, and of course the minerals are what build my infrastructure, so I'm pretty happy with that. And of course we have the option of a colony. So, this is actually particularly tempting because it's really good for industrial districts, not so good for agriculture. But this is basically going to be the workshop of the Empire, it looks like. As for Intham 3, holy smokes! Again, not so good for minerals, but okay, so we've got 2... I mean, I don't know. It could just be that your capacity for industrial districts is relatively high, full stop. In which case, those aren't so special. But comparing that to my capital world, we don't exactly have a lot of. We don't exactly have a whole lot of industrial capacity. All right. We have 2 available jobs, so I'm not going to worry about building up anything new on the capital world yet. What do I want to try and get away with, though? Through hard work and experience, scientist Vak Jakana has developed new skills. Okay, let's think about what it's going to cost me for a colony ship. So 200 food, 200 alloys, 200 consumer goods. We've got enough for everyone. You know what? I think I'm just going to go down the regular discovery tradition, and then we'll just do good old-fashioned colonies. All right, so Castra has been fully exploited. It looks like Intham is really similar to Castra. So in this case, we'll build the starbase for essentially the same reasons. We're still sort of awash as far as energy credits are concerned, although I think once the colony is up and running, we should be doing really well as far as energy is concerned. And what's really nice with the early minerals is that I tend to wind up a little bit starved in terms of being able to build out my my industrial base. But given the fact that we're basically, I think net we're probably up about 18 from where we started. I have a feeling that we're gonna have a pretty good pace of advancement. Okay, this is a routine anomaly. There is significant scarring on the surface of this world in a pattern that cannot be natural. From orbit, these massive rifts look almost like writing. All right. So again, decision time. Do I want the extra colony development speed, or do I accept that maybe I have higher priorities? In this case, I'm going to say we'll go for the science division. The number of science and medical officers has been increased throughout the fleet, organized into a special science division to support this corps of officers. New training programs have greatly accelerated the rate at which we commission new science officers. So research alternatives are up by 1, and then the scientist level cap is increased by 2. So essentially, what this is only a benefit if I'm actually thoughtful in terms of how I approach my research alternatives. So we've got a while before. Actually, why is this physics so slow? Oh, it's probably from the stuff that we've researched before, so this probably would have been something like 62 months before. Yeah, it's because our physics research is 5 behind our engineering research. Okay. That's good for me to keep in mind. That actually makes Hanteron a higher priority. So the problem with Hanteron is that basically it's going to cost me 2 energy in order to gain 3 physics. But given the fact that my physics is such a heavy fallback, completed the construction of a starbase in Orbentham. Terminal orbit. One of the many moons circling Hanteron 2 has a terminal orbit. It will soon collide with the gas giant in what is sure to become a massive impact event. This event has been millions of years in the making, and it is a startling coincidence that the impact has been fated to occur just after a visit by one of our ships. Many of our scientists wish to observe and record the event, but we will only have a narrow window before it is too late.
Situation log updated.
So we are going to do that project, but I am going to maintain my empire first. All right, so get the science ship to research the project. What sort of information do you expect to gain from this collision? I was actually going to say, too, naturally, the Black Codex does not believe in coincidence, and that this is, in fact, a sign that will be interpreted by the greatest minds. All right, alien writing. Someone used a mining laser from orbit approximately 5,000 years ago to carve a large body of writing into the surface of Stellaris 2. The massive script covers a large portion of the planet's upper hemisphere and apparently appears to be a short story chronicling the difficult life of an alien mercenary. So the gains from this will only be if we actually exploit it, but it is sort of within my sphere of influence, so I would expect myself to seize that. Looks like it says eat it, Joes. You guys are definitely thinking of a lot cleaner stuff than I thought the first time I read that. Okay, so where are we sitting as far as expansion is concerned? So so far the systems that I've been expanding to are all very the problem with the Black Codex is that, like, this event is a much bigger dilemma than you might think. Like, for the Black Codex, the idea of this unguarded information just sitting there is like, that's anathema. You can't just have that sitting there. It's got to be enciphered. So I don't know if we're gonna, like, put a hologram around this world or what, but, like, we definitely got to find a way of changing the language or something.
Construction complete.
All right. Well, again, we already know what we're doing here, building the mining system. Mining station. So yeah, most of these expansion options are pretty obvious to me. So most of them sort of pay for themselves. The station costs 1, and then the expansion to the social research costs 1. So again, this thing is net 0 as far as energy consumption, but plus 3 for the social research. The one that's tough, of course, is the Hadron one. Now, in the end, I'm going to wind up claiming this because it's not nice to have gaps inside of your empire. I can't remember exactly what the... It's not Empire Sprawl, there's another measure. And I can never remember where it is. It's like Cohesion or something like that.
Special project complete.
Anyways, there's an explicit penalty for, like, creating long, snaky empires. Special project completed. We were successful in our attempt to record the collision between Hantaron 2 and its moon. The event was captured from several different angles and transmitted live throughout our space. Most importantly, our scientists, under the leadership of Puri Bedoneg, were able to record a large amount of valuable physics data that will surely benefit our research. So the 354 physics is particularly welcome given our difficulty studying physics. Yes, I can afford it. So I want to be a little bit conscious of my influence, seeing as this'll eat up half. So I realistically have, in the time it'll take me to sort of exploit Anthem, take Talasis, realistically I only have one more system that I can take. So it'd either be the extra physics, or if there's something special that I can find in Waskar. This is actually also pretty good because this is giving me some information in terms of future areas that I might want to expand out to. Obviously, the more choke points I can find, the better off I am. It's so weird seeing a medium map. I could have done something really small if I wanted to encounter the aliens right away, but I'm feeling a little scared because it's been a while since I've done Stellaris. Okay, our colony ship is ready to go. Oop. So Castra Prime will be our first colony. I'm not sure I have any strong views over Castra 1 over Anthem 3. I'm going to take both. They're both continental worlds. Admittedly, actually, I guess so. Anthem, if it's on a curve now, Anthem 3 would have a higher rate of population growth, if I was reading that correctly.
Star system charted.
Oh, Jebben's Maelstrom, strategic resource discovered. During its survey of Jebben's Maelstrom, the ISS Dodama discovered a previously unknown strategic resource dubbed dark matter. This exotic substance has many properties that seemingly defy several natural laws. It could potentially revolutionize the sciences. While we do not yet possess the means to extract this resource, we should seriously consider establishing control over the system for future exploitation. So tempting, but maybe not something that's worth... Like, this is worth claiming because it's a good choke point, not because of the strategic resource right now. Again, remembering that with my current influence, I'm only going to be able to claim one more system. And one thing I want to get a look at right now is what I'm going to be paying as far as energy costs to maintain the new colony. One thing I will say for these ships, so gray is underrated for a flag color. They do actually look kind of cool when you get to the bits that have sort of the force field over them. I think gray actually looks kind of neat on the Mammalian ships. I'll show you the constructor, but let's watch the dramatic moment. It's important to remember that this is a very photogenic game, and I believe if you hit F12, oops, nope, Control F12, Shift F12. Maybe it's F11.
Construction complete.
No. Oh God, I'm taking so many screenshots. Maybe F10. Okay, there is a way to get rid of the... There we go. There's a way to get rid of the overlay. It's 9. Science team would like to confirm its previous hypothesis about the collision. All right.
Colonization in progress.
Colonial remains. Castor Prime was once an important colony of the Black Codex, and some remnants of its infrastructure remain unusable as a base to recolonize the planet. Alright, colonial remains modifier added, giving the following effects. Building cost -25, district cost -25, added ruined arcology to Castor Prime, with the following result, max districts -1. Ah. Alright. And it doesn't actually seem like this thing costs too much. Okay. Research subsidies. So this gives me an edict. Research from star-based constructions increased by 20%. No, that's just the edict. High-capacity quantum band... No, I won't bother with this. Polytechnic education is better. In this age of increasingly advanced technology, a basic education in polytechnics and applied science will benefit all of our citizens. This will inevitably lead to more qualified leaders. Leader experience gain increased by 25%, and the leader level cap increased by 1. This, of course, has some knock-on effects as well, because as my researchers gain experience faster, they're also going to be able to research the anomalies faster. Anyways... we'll queue up our next batch of research. Now, it looks like I'm actually going to be able to maintain more than one colony, which is a little surprising to me. So, oh, but I don't have the consumer goods. That's right. Never mind. So, I think we're just going to get this ship to kind of explore the layers. So it is tempting. It is tempting to see what's going on with this this one, seeing as it might be a good choke point. But this is this might be something I want to expand out to. It's a little bit harder to defend my expedition out here, except for the fact that it's just kind of good to know what I'm dealing with. But I do need to answer the question, what am I going to do for the next few turns? Expansion-wise. So we claim this one. Wasker will get me another 3 minerals, but no extra energy. It makes me sad, but I actually think I want to take Hanteron. Because I'm kind of already drowning in minerals. That doesn't really get me anything special. And given that I'm not going to be able to... So I should actually work this out for myself. So essentially what I'm going to want reasonably soon is another colony ship. Now, unless I can somehow generate a lot more consumer goods, which admittedly is not going to be happening anytime soon, what I should be working out for myself now is how long is it going to take me to get those remaining consumer goods. So I'm about 100 short now. We'll be earning 3 a turn, so that's about 33 months. Over 33 months, I'm going to be generating 16 alloys per month, so that's... Oh god, this math is really hard. 500 something? Sensors pick up rhythmic movement on the hellish surface of Gianfar 1. It's routine, so we'll research it. If it was hard, I would have researched it anyway. Okay, so that basically means with what I've got right now, I've got enough for two colony ships. Sorry, not 2 corvettes, plus the 5 that I'll be generating over the next little while. So in that case, I can actually clear out my... I can basically build 7, and by the time we have the consumer goods that we need, we'll still be able to go. Now, I want to build up my my fleets kind of early because I do tend to find that I can be caught off guard by a sudden first contact. So in this case, I'm just going to build as I go. There are going to be some maintenance costs for my ships as well, but I that's kind of a rounding error as far as the alloys are concerned. Okay, we're looking all right as far as expansion is concerned. So we've already committed to taking Hanteron. Oh, geothermal. Measured pounding observed from orbit is the motion of immense and ancient geothermal extractors breathing their last. Built and then abandoned at some point in the distant past, the vast batteries of disintegrating machinery have been pumping up superheated fluids from the planet's core ever since. Their storage capacitors are all broken or leaking, but some energy can still be siphoned from them. So 952 energy credits off the bat, which is really good for me. And extra industry for Gianfar 1. Actually, there's something's occurred to me. I should be really taking advantage of trading opportunities here. So I've got a big surplus of energy credits. I need consumer goods at the moment. Unfortunately, I already spent all my alloys, so this doesn't really help me right now. But maybe I should remember that for future, because that's really going to be what lets me get some early wins. Just trying to think if there's anything else I want to be doing right now. Oh yeah, I should probably be looking at my policies to make sure that they're right. I don't want to be messing around with edicts right now because I'm short on influence.
Technology secured.
Oh, all right. Monthly unity +2. Ancient warring tribes, historical nations in conflict, now unified in empire. We will not crumble. Okay, so social research is, I think, my highest right now by quite a bit, so I can sort of afford some of the more expensive options if it really comes down to it. But what is the most important thing for me to get right now? Well, look, I'm going to be honest with you. None of these are really all that exciting to me. I don't need the extra administrative capacity. I guess I'm in a position now where I could start cutting the dense jungle. I'm going to do hydroponics farming mostly because it gets me a draw from the deck the earliest. All right, we found an anomaly on Gribbon 4. By chance, we stumbled upon a faint alien signal during the survey of this planet. The source appears to be a small object in orbit. The signal contains no message. Could it be a distress transponder? Okay. Sorry, I was talking about things... Oh yeah, sorry, I should probably explain... I did say that for those who are not familiar with Stellaris, that I would try and explain what's going on, but I've sort of talked a little bit about things like influence and alloys without necessarily defining what they do.
Star system charged.
I am, of course, also trying to try and keep a decent enough pace in terms of actually getting stuff done in the game, so I apologize for being a bad host. Let me just try and digest some of the alerts that have come up, and then I'll try and explain what the heck I'm doing. So, advanced instrumentation allows for the study and practical application of physical systems at nanometric scales. So, engineering, my second highest level. We can get better build speed and build cost for our corvettes. Not necessarily the worst thing. Better planetary build speeds. Geothermal fracking is actually kind of tempting because a 20% bonus, even with a small number of workers, is not as bad. This will kind of double down on the benefits we're getting from minerals, and at the worst, we just need to sell off some of them. Okay, let me briefly explain how resources work in Stellaris. So you can think of energy credits as... so you will get leaders from this. It's kind of your... It's money is basically where it goes. Actually, this also paused the game, so this will not be a bad chance for me to explain how some of this stuff works. So you can think of energy credits. Out of everything, I would say this is the resource most associated with maintenance. If you expand too quickly and you don't have a good source of energy credits, you are going to find that you're simply not going to be able to extract all of the other resources that you need. Every orbital extractor that you build has an energy cost. Every station that you build has an energy cost. And then, of course, you replace your leaders using energy credits. Also, when you buy and sell on the intergalactic market, the common currency is energy credits. So that's kind of the way I think about energy credits. Others might have different opinions, but to me, that's kind of the best one that I can think of. Minerals, you can sort of consider to be your raw materials. You can build infrastructure with this, so all of those space stations that have been getting things like science and energy and minerals, I'm building those using minerals. It used to be that you could build spaceships with that, but I think even the console version of Stellaris now has the alloy system. So minerals, in addition to building the basic infrastructure, are an input towards the more refined goods, which will be the consumer goods and the alloys, which we'll explain in just a second. So in the case of minerals, it used to be that you could try, you would really want to try and optimize your mineral extraction because you'd build literally everything with them. Now this is more, minerals are useful because they're sort of this intermediate step towards getting what you need. I do think as a whole, minerals have become a bit undervalued. I actually found in my last playthrough that I had kind of this insatiable demand for minerals and that a lot of my gaps were the fact that I wasn't generating enough minerals, and as a result, I was later not able to make alloys. But I'll also admit that in terms of being able to do the stuff that you want to do in a space war game, usually in a space war game, you want to have big navies and go shoot people, and with big navies shooting people, those are alloys, not minerals. So minerals are how you build your infrastructure. Energy credits are how you maintain your infrastructure, is kind of the best that I could offer. Now, food probably is self-explanatory. Food kind of seems to have the same purpose in just about every strategy game. It's your ability to sort of feed and maintain your population. One thing, it used to be that if you had a food surplus, you'd get a growth spurt. What happens now is you actually do that in the decisions menu. So, for instance, you could, or do I not have this ability now? There used to be an ability, maybe it's still in the game and I just haven't unlocked it yet, where you could do a decision, you could spend a bunch of food, and it would sort of boost the rate at which the population's growing, but that doesn't seem to be an option right now. So I will not bother with it. Then finally, there's the consumer goods and alloys. Now, as you can see, I've sort of undervalued consumer goods. And as a result, I haven't been able to send out a colony ship as a result. As a result. I said as a result twice. But you can sort of almost think of the alloys and consumer goods as the guns and butter trade-off. So alloys are how you will build and maintain sort of ships of war. You also get star bases with it, although of course star bases are defensive structures. So in this case, you're still still kind of war oriented. Consumer goods do have an important role to play, but it's maybe a little bit less obvious. So your higher quality jobs, so for instance, your specialists, let's take a look at priests. Priests have an upkeep of 1 food and 2.5 consumer goods. Let's compare that to our clerks, which have an upkeep of 1 food and 0.1 consumer goods. So sort of the knowledge work, all the stuff that makes your empire really kick ass, all of this stuff tends to have fairly high consumer goods requirements. Researchers 2.5, priests 2.5, metallurgists and artisans have a little bit less. They're about half of a consumer good, but you can see that this is the sort of stuff that really has a fairly high consumer goods cost. So yes, you can have you could have an empire of a bunch of sort of low skill work. And it won't cost you a whole lot of consumer goods, but chances are that it's going to be sort of a technological backwater and such. So the one thing is that I sometimes feel that if I have too much of a surplus of consumer goods, it's wasteful, at least once I've done my expansion. But, I may change my opinions on that depending on how this, the new patches balance things out. Finally is influence. Now, at the moment, influence is kind of ticking by on its own. Later on, there will be factions that emerge inside of my empire, and my ability to keep those factions happy will potentially boost my influence. Influence has a number of roles. It's sort of your ability to sort of enact policy. That policy can be expansion, so there's an influence cost for me to expand out to all of these different systems, but also if you would like to declare certain edicts. It has sort of an associated influence cost. There are also energy cost ones. I might do the education campaign for the experience gain. There's also kind of the temptation for a recycling campaign just so that I can get a boost to my consumer goods output. We are currently consuming 22, so I would trade 750 energy for about 2 a month. And I believe that is permanent. No, it's not permanent. It's only the influence ones that are permanent. So this would last for 11 years. So I guess with that in mind, if I'm getting 2 a month, so that's 24 a year. So that's kind of like paying 750 so that I can get a few hundred consumer goods deposited in my account over a few months. I'll have to think about it. In any case, influence, again, it's one that you can sort of sit by because it just generates on its own, but the internal politics is one way that you can make your influence go up a bit. There's also some other things you can do with other people. Those will be clear when I do them. But this is basically your ability to actually get stuff done with your government. Finally, there's Unity. Now, really what I've been using Unity for has been to unlock those different traditions. There are some other things that you can buy with Unity later on in the game. I do tend to find that the stuff that you unlock with the traditions are reasonably powerful, so I do try to generate a lot of Unity early, but I may be wrong in that assessment. Anyways, let's read the event. An abandoned life pod was detected in close orbit of Gribbon 4. It is covered in scorch marks, presumably from when the pod's mothership exploded, and a preliminary scan suggests that it was built more than 5,000 years ago. The crew of the ISS Bomka managed to open the pod, revealing the withered remains of a reptilian alien clad in a resplendent uniform. Clutched in one of its claws is a small picture of another individual of the same race, presumably a mate or a revered leader. It's actually kind of neat. I noticed that they've changed some of the icons. So I've read this I think this has been in the game since the very beginning, but they definitely changed the image for it. Okay, so one thing I can do to make my life a little bit easier here is buy up some consumer goods. I think I can wait a couple of months on this one. I could actually do a monthly trade. Let's buy... So I'll just push me over the edge to my 200 consumer goods this next turn. There we go. So we'll cancel that trade. Now we can build a new colony ship. And we're going to be able to take Intham right away. And we've now got the extra influence. Sorry, I wasn't building up my infrastructure over here. So I'm going to need to wait for the alloys, but we will be able to claim Waskar. And again, shift. You can use... So if you're playing the game on your own, you will probably find it a little more helpful to do these buttons for most of your actions. And I hear this a lot when I stream Stellaris. It's like, you know, you don't need to do the right mouse click. And yes, that's true, but it's a lot easier for people to understand what I'm doing if I just put up the menu rather than saying it out loud each time. And of course, more importantly, you know, you should play the game in a way that works for you. Although it did occur to me that maybe I don't need to move to the system. I can actually just build the starbase. Because I do have both the influence and the alloys for it. Wasat C1 strategic resource discovered. The ISS Damama has discovered a previously unknown strategic resource on Wasat C1, dubbed volatile motes. These preternatural particles contain a tremendous amount of energy which could be exploited in energy production, as fuel, or even as explosives. We do not yet possess the means to extract this resource. We should seriously consider establishing control over the system for future exploitation. Now, I am going to say this is one thing I think Stellaris might be able to do a better job of for new players. I don't feel that this description is... So they might have changed how volatile motes work. Let me just say that in advance. I'm not entirely convinced that this is the most helpful description for a new player to the game. I, as somebody who played Stellaris, at least under the old versions of the game, know that you can use volatile motes to build better versions of alloy refineries, and that having access to volatile motes means that you can significantly improve your ability to create alloys. As a result, it becomes a very important military resource. But from this description, you would think that this would be associated with energy production. Now again, this may be true, and I just need to update my understanding of what volatile motes do. But just with that in mind, this is unlike the dark matter where I was like, okay, I don't have an exact model about where I'm going to use this in my empire right now. I can definitely say that this particular resource is one that I found very helpful in future. As a result, this sort of gives me a little bit of weight in terms of pushing out my borders to be able to claim that. And that's an important distinction to make right now, given that I'm waiting several months in order to be able to expand out my empire. And let's do faith and science. The public has come to regard science as something almost akin to a religion. Their faith in it is absolute. There's no question in this universe so big that it cannot be answered by science. Pops working with research have their upkeep reduced by 20%. This will be nice because this will give me a little bit of a boost to my consumer goods next turn. So if you think about it, it cost me about 75 influence to be able to take a system that is adjacent to one of my existing systems. So one way of thinking about that is basically every 20 months, so almost 2 years, I'm able to expand out to another star system. Ah, crap. I hit control. So there's a trick for this game. If you didn't know, if you've got a bunch of actions queued, I thought I might have had my finger on the control button by mistake. If you have, so like, let's say you queued up 8 things and you're like, oh, I really want to do something right away. Like maybe you find an anomaly or something. If you hold Control Shift and then choose your action, that will actually push it to the top of the queue. And of course, the drawback is that you can do something stupid like I did, and you wind up trying to expand out to Waskar instead of Hantaron. So, to give you an idea of this trade-off that I'm talking about, consider the current position I'm in right now. So I'm expanding out to Waskar. I still think this is a defensible choice, but I'm getting to the edge of my Empire sprawl, first of all.
Technology secure.
I'm also at the edge of my influence, although I can do another expansion. So in order to get to Wasat, I'm going to need to expand out to Jebin's Maelstrom. Now, Jebin's Maelstrom, yes, it has dark matter, which I'll be able to exploit at some point, but it doesn't have anything else. Then Gianfar. Now, Gianfar will at least cover the cost of this, the station and its engineering research. So that one's sort of a wash. And then I'm moving out to Wasat. And Wasat's just kind of, right now, potentially just sitting there as volatile motes. So I need to compare that against the potential of getting another continental world, a third world on which I can expand. As you can sort of see, like, given the fact that I'm going to have to start making some decisions in terms of what my Empire Sprawl is going to be costing me, what I'm going to need in terms of some other considerations, I want to be a little bit careful in terms of where I'm putting these resources moving forward. Because again, it's about 2 years worth of effort now in order to be able to build another starbase, which means 2 years, 4 years, 6 years in order to gain access to volatile motes, which I'm not going to be able to use until I research. All right, exploring the mediation of fundamental forces through subatomic particles. So fusion reactor is a good military unlock. Automated exploration protocols will get me exploring faster, which will help me out with... Oh, it's a tough call. I am actually doing all right with alloys right now, so I probably would have normally have done automated exploration protocols because of the speed of my my exploration, and given the fact I'm going to need to make more precise decisions. I'm actually going to go for the fusion reactor this time, though, just because a little early boost to my military isn't the worst thing in the world. Okay, so we're building a colony ship right now. We're going to have to wait. We're actually not going to have to wait all that long. So we're 4 months away. That's going to be 16. I'll just buy the lump sum. So I'm kind of assuming that I'm going to be moving straight to Gribben right away. Oh, but I paid for that in the form of the alloys, right. Well, there's a financial solution to that as well. This is mostly just because I had a big energy surplus, and this is a nice little way for me to sort of balance those things out. I'm not very tempted to sell the minerals just because I don't get a whole lot for them. I get less than 1 per minerals, so the better use for the minerals would simply be to do what I'm already going to do on Castra and Intham, which is to build a lot of industry. All right, so let's see what my new prize looks like. All right, so this is going to be really good for food. So the idea here will be that I can sort of specialize on these worlds. Castra and Intham especially are going to be dedicated towards industry, Grimmin is going to wind up being sort of the breadbasket of the Empire. The one problem I have is that none of these planets have very good mining. Now, we're okay for that because I've got just so much in terms of mineral resources right now, but I think down the road that's going to become a bit of a problem. Wasset is also looking like an increasingly attractive option. So this is actually a little bit of a dilemma because now I'm going to have to decide where all my expansion is going. I kind of want to claim this, but I know I'm already gaining another system. All right. So let's get our colony on Intham Prime built.
Sphere of influence expanded.
We've established the colony Castra Prime in the Castra system. Now, a couple of details. Right now, we have no available jobs.
Anomaly.
We've got a growing population. We don't have unemployment yet, but that's going to become a problem relatively soon. So, large amount of ship debris can be found in orbit around this moon, possibly the remnants of some kind of massive fleet action. So, I guess the question is, what do I want this planet to specialize in? I know I'm going to have a farming world. I know I'm going to have a good industrial base. So I could take the capital and I could say, okay, well, maybe let's build one of these special, buildings. Maybe I want my administrative capacity to go up on the capital world or something. Maybe I want better research. There's a number of different directions that I can go with this. Or maybe I want better unit. Ship sensors are picking up an unexplained pattern of interference in the Wasset system. So I'm actually trying to figure this out for myself. I don't have a sprawl problem yet, so that's a little premature. I think I might actually go for the research labs here. Because it doesn't make sense to do the mine right now. I'm doing fine with mines. I'm also doing really well with energy credits. And then the industry and food are going to be things that I deal with through other means. I guess one thing I can be doing is because I've got this surplus of energy, I can start clearing out some of the slums and such. The ISS Dodama crew have succeeded in isolating a signal embedded within the unusual pattern of interference in the Wasset system. The signal is a song, a complex sonification of an advanced mathematical equation to be precise, and one that Science Officer Buri Bedonag cannot seem to get out of their head. Who or what may have composed this song remains unknown, though its complexity infers an incredible level of technological sophistication regarding subspace harmonics. The signal's geodesics suggest a point of origin from outside the galaxy. So that's society and physics research, and of course we've got another encryption technique now. Okay, so if I want the artifacts... So one argument for the artifacts would be that I can give the museum exhibits... But I guess I don't really have a lot of cultural workers right now. Signs of battle. There's clear evidence that a massive space battle took place in the close orbit of Irustilia 5A at some point in the last 5,000 years. The surface on one side of the moon is pockmarked with craters from stray weapons blasts, and scans from the ISS Tabomka have picked up several hulks on the ground. Though these wrecked ships are in very poor condition, the fact that anything remains at all after the damage they must have sustained is a testament to their advanced design. Science Officer Vak Jacana is preparing an expedition to sift through these derelict hulks for any valuable technologies. Oh yeah, I also forgot, we've got an archaeology site that I should be checking out.
Situation log updated.
So I'll research that right away. Well, I'll wait for them to finish this work here, but maybe I'll add excavation to the list. Alright, let's go back to the home world.
Construction complete.
This was the starbase. So I gotta give... So the usual deal, build something for energy first, then mining station.
Colonization in progress.
And then Prime was once an important colony of the Black Codex, and some remnants of its infrastructure remain usable as a base to recolonize the planet. Okay. So basically, consumer goods are my biggest worry right now, but it's also sort of a temporary worry, just simply because I know Castra, I'm going to be able to... Actually, I can start that right now. I can build a new industrial district. So we need to wait until we're at population 10. Just need to deal with something off-cast. What was that wait until population 10 comment so we have people to work the job? No, it's so that I can upgrade the... so I've got the reassembled ship shelter, which is the first headquarters. And basically, you can upgrade it to planetary administration once you have a population of 10 or higher on the world. So that's... sorry, that was me just... Like, that was me reacting to something I saw on a pop-up rather than anything on its own. By the way, Romeo Void, I don't know if I follow the 8675309 comment. Oh, wait a minute. That's,
Special project.
Is that like the weight loss number or something? Yes, sorry, that was okay. No, I'm losing. Sorry, I'm losing my mind. Right. Yes, old song. I think I know. I think I know what you're talking about. Sorry, the hard drive's getting full apparently. Okay, special project completed. The team under Science Officer Vac Jacana has finished their expedition on Iristilla 5A and returned to the ISS Tabamka. Sadly, the wrecked starships on the surface were too badly damaged to recover any useful technologies. These vessels, I think the problem it's not a song within my memory, but now that you mention, I think I may know the song that you're talking about. But I think it's because I saw your reference above, which was, or maybe it was the same, or were you just reacting to the same event? Anyways, I think your first one fell outside of context for me. So I was like, wait a minute, these, I think they probably just seemed a lot closer than what they were. My apologies. Okay, the team under Science Officer Vac Jacana has finished their expedition on Aristilia 5A and returned to the ISS Tabamka. Sadly, the wrecked starships on the surface were too badly damaged to recover any useful technologies. These vessels were clearly very advanced, however, and we could gain valuable engineering insights if we analyzed the way that they were designed. We should consider the construction of a permanent science outpost in orbit. So that's 3 engineering, assuming I claim the territory. I've kind of forced myself into claiming Gribben, given the fact that I'm already building a colony ship. And seeing as I'm not going to be building any more colony ships, I think I'm also ready to pump out another couple of corvettes. Overall, though, I think we're doing all right as far as a start is concerned. So my biggest worry, it doesn't really hurt. It doesn't really hurt to. It doesn't really hurt to sort of just keep an idea. I think one of the things that will keep people from feeling like they can get a handle on a game like Stellaris is the fact that, for me at least, a large part of Stellaris is having the satisfaction of putting some... Oop, what happened here? Unable to build... Oh, right. Cancel that one. I used up the resources already claimed for that resource. All right. last discovery. So high-capacity quantum bonds dedicated to databank transfers make possible virtually completely synchronous research operations across vast distances. So this gives me the research edict. More importantly, it gives me my first Ascension perk. Now, from what I understand, there are new Ascension perks which are related to you potentially becoming... There we go. Become the Crisis. All great works require sacrifice. The rest of the galaxy may not understand, but they will comply. Allows the Black Codex to progress towards becoming the Crisis. Requires 2 other Ascension perks to be selected first. All must be false. So you can't be a Xenophile or Fanatic Xenophile. You cannot be a Pacifist or a Fanatic Pacifist, and you cannot be a Rogue Servitor. You generally, as a rule, you don't get to wear the hero's cape if you say words like, all great works require sacrifice. The rest of the galaxy may not understand, but they will comply. Let me just get a quick look, because I know there's also a, like, I am defending the galaxy from a crisis, but I believe that might be something from, I believe that might be related to the galactic community. So we have a few options here for Ascension perks. I'm not going to read all of them. So something like Nihilistic Acquisition, I sort of know is not, that's not really something I'm all that worried about. So basically it allows me to do these raids which take slaves, and I'm not all that... Yeah, it's a little different. So isn't this one that was already inside, though? So Star Nations vie with one another in petty disputes. Sinister forces of unimaginable power are arraying themselves against us, against all sapient life, who will protect us, damage to endgame crisis factions. So, I mean, it could be that it just, like, if Become the Crisis, like, you also get the penalties associated with somebody picking that, but I always felt that this was, like, related to the actual Crisis people coming after you. Because, like, basically, I think the thing is that the idea of, like, becoming the... so you're saying Galactic Custodian, like, regardless of whether or not it's a player doing it or an outside force, I believe you can basically become the Empire from Star Wars through those mechanics as well, is my understanding. But yeah, anyways, needless to say, Nihilistic Acquisition, like the idea of, like taking slaves is not quite what I have in mind for this species. And whether or not it's a good idea, like whether or not it would be good to have sort of cheap labor for the most basic levels of the society, I'm not really worried about that. I'm sort of worried about the sorts of things that the Black Codex might do. Technological Ascendancy, 100% yes. Right, 10% bonus to research speed, higher chance for rare technologies. One Vision sort of makes sense. Now, Consecrated Worlds is a little bit of a funny one. So, in this case, consecrating uninhabited planets up to 3 increases spiritualist ethics, attraction, and empire-wide amenities, as well as unity generation. Now, I'm not quite ready to give up planets like that, but it's tempting, to say the least. One Vision is tempting because of its unity as well as the amenities usage. And then Mastery of Nature is sort of about, I mean, Clear Blockers is a nice bonus, but you can embiggen the planets by 2. A couple of other ones that interest me are Interstellar Dominion, just the fact that you've got these lower starbase influence costs and such, my ability to expand out my borders. But in this case here, I think I'm going to go for Technological Ascendancy. It sort of lines up with its discovery, and it is sort of on brand. So technologies that would have been indistinguishable from magic mere generations ago are now within our reach. A new age of technology has begun. And then, of course, because we finished the discovery path, we do also have 10% to research speed. So that's 2 10% bonuses that we gained. But I was talking a little bit earlier, so the idea of some of the rewards of Stellaris being that you will... So I don't mean to... I know some people just get really tired of people hearing sort of tech CEOs put up on these pedestals. And, to a certain degree, I'm one of them. But I was... So I was sort of watching this interview with Jeff Bezos, and he's sort of talking about sort of the decision-making culture that he's sort of tried to foster at Amazon, and sort of the idea of the long-term thinking. And so the idea of somebody congratulating, I'll explain this consumer goods thing in a second, congratulating them for a good quarter, and sort of the knowledge being that that particularly good quarter was probably already built like 3 years ago, and that the worries that an executive team should be worried about are not necessarily about the next quarter, but rather about the next decade or so. And I think to a certain extent that is not a bad way of describing some of the pleasures of Stellaris. There's actually very few things that you can do that have an immediate effect. Even something as simple as building a ship that you're going to go potentially blow someone up with. Like, building that ship has a time associated with it, right? Like, it takes me 2 months to put out my class ship. But one of the things that's really rewarding about the game is to say, okay, I knew X, Y, and Z was going to happen. We built, we built in accordance with that plan, and look at what we've got right now. So now's actually not a bad time to do that review. I will get the research out of the way, and I'll sort of explain where we are relative to the original decisions that were being made. So hydroponics farming is a controlled environment that allows for crops to be grown in climates where farming would normally be impossible. It is also worth mentioning, like, I am playing at a lower difficulty than I used to play on. And again, it's been a while since I've done a proper, like, sit-down play-through Stellaris game, so I'm sure it's probably not a bad idea that I do that. But it may also be that I'm having an easier time than what I otherwise would have. Here's actually an interesting dilemma. So I could try and boost my sociology. Now, I think my social research is my highest, and I also get the most from it because of things like temples. So I don't really know if I want to do the percent-based bonus to it compared to the growth speed, which is actually dealing with a problem that I've imposed on my species. So I think I'll do genome mapping in this case. But, so let's think about what the expansion options were, right? When we were doing our first steps out into the galaxy, we basically noticed that we were able to sort of claim a lot of systems which had a... basically, I wound up being able to get the costs of expanding to the system covered, and it would get me an additional resource. That additional resource might have been more science. A lot of it was extra minerals. And generally, we were doing all right. Now we're starting to see a little bit of... we're starting to see that balance tilt a little bit. So, for instance, right now I have a deficit of consumer goods. Why do I have a deficit of consumer goods? Well, that's because of what I just did on Quantos. Quantos, I built this research lab. Now, remember that we had a surplus of 3 consumer goods. Notice as well that we have 4 researchers working right now. Those 4 researchers have an upkeep of 2.1. That's down, by the way, because of the technology requirement. Now, this is interesting. Why are you shrinking? Oh, it's because of the new colonies. Actually, that's not a bad thing. So it does mean I was probably a little premature to build this extension, but I can live with that. So basically, I acknowledged that by building this research lab, I was going to have problems with my consumer goods. But remember what I said a little bit earlier about Castra and Inthem. Now, Inthem's not ready to be built up yet, but actually, this is looking pretty grim for... Why did I think this was good for a workshop? Oh, it's probably because relative to the other ones, this had the most. I guess Inthem is the one with the jaw-dropping industry. But basically, the idea is that I got a couple of regions which are built to be able to, or like they're going to be very good at specializing on industry. Another thing that I can do here. So right now, this. I believe this should be listed as a colony. Oh, it's automatically picked. I really wish it would tell me what it automatically picked, though. All right. Anyways, so we can list this as colony, bonus stability, amenities, and happiness. I'm not actually sure I need that right now. Let's actually just go over all the colony designations because this will be reasonably important. We've got an urban world, so lower city district costs, lower industrial district costs. That's actually kind of tempting given that I'm building it. Better city district build speed and higher trade value. Mining world, well, we already know we're not going to need that because of the mining districts, but this gives a bonus to the miner output. Same story with the agro world, except for the farmer's output. It also builds these districts faster. Generator world. Now that's kind of tempting because this is the second highest on the list of sort of tiles that I have. Forge world. Now this is a fairly important one. So a forge world as opposed to an industrial world. If you think about it, urban world is about building up these kinds of districts. Industrial and forge world are more about what you have. Oh, actually no, they're already going to give the bonus to build speeds. Huh, interesting. So in this case here, you can sort of pick, well, this one's going to be oriented towards commercial goods or alloys. I'm just trying to think if there's any other good ones. This is actually not a bad one if you have sort of a mix of different, if you have a mix of like different raw goods that you want to extract. That's definitely not true for this world though. And then you can build bureaucratic worlds to help with your sprawl, but I'm not quite ready to work on that. But at some point, basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn this into either a forge or an industrial world. I think at the moment here, I will just settle for the automation. But the plan here is that basically I'm currently incurring a deficit of consumer goods, knowing that I've got 2 planets that are going to be coming online, which will be building not just more alloys, but consumer goods as well. If I feel like I'm sort of falling out of balance, what I'll probably do is I'll probably make Castra Prime the industrial world, because in the end, I'm not giving up that many industrial districts in order to be able to make the consumer goods work better. And then Intham, I will direct towards a forge world. And of course, that just means that I have more industrial districts that are worried about generating alloys. So the idea here is that I'm incurring a little bit of consumer good debt at the moment, but I'm doing that with a full plan that was built as soon as I decided to colonize these worlds towards dealing with this particular problem. And of course, I incurred that consumer good debt so that I could get another research center down, so that I could get advanced technologies a little bit earlier on. Now, I'm not too worried about food. That will eventually become a problem as I need to get more, as I get more population. That's why the third colony is sort of on its way. But what I'm a little more worried about right now are energy credits. I don't necessarily have a world that's particularly good for energy credits, and so it might be that I wind up making the capital a little bit more oriented towards generator districts. As a result, now that I've got some money to throw around, let's just go to the industrial wasteland here. We'll spend 300 to clear out this blocker, and this is going to give me a bonus towards the total number of generators. So I realize that for most people already familiar with Stellaris, a lot of this stuff is probably really obvious. But this is where, in my opinion at least, when people say I could never get into a game like Stellaris, it's so hard to understand. I think what's happening is that people who feel very comfortable with games like Stellaris have started to sort of they're kind of embodying that way of thinking, that you will plant some seeds earlier on in the playthrough, and that you'll just see them be realized. And then when you see that from outside, and this is why I sometimes struggle, because obviously this takes a lot of effort to go into this kind of detail, and people who really want to see Stellaris, want to see somebody play the game and not go into excruciating detail, this can be really unattractive, right? It's especially if you think that I'm making the wrong decisions. People will, just kind of go on. I mean, obviously this game is popular. So, I kind of feel that if people want to be able to sort of see the game sort of played a little bit faster, and to have somebody, kind of do a number of decisions that are obvious to them, that has already been like that. I feel like that market is well catered to, and I don't have anything special to add. Atmospheric readings from Dorelian 4A do not match simulated projections. We'll research that. But at least for me, when I play games like this, and this is true for Civilization, this is true for Crusader Kings, this is true for Stellaris, A lot of what I tend to do in these games is not just to deal with the problem that's immediately in front of me, but rather to think very specifically about saying, okay, you know, this thing is attractive. What am I giving up in order to obtain this attractive thing? And if it's imposing too much of a debt, it's not necessarily that I don't do it. It's that I get a plan in place to be able to deal with it. So, for instance, I had that +3, completely ignoring the fact that I was getting traditions that will make it cheaper to have of scientists. The worst that adding a research center can impose on Quantos, well, 2 researcher jobs. If both of those researcher jobs are occupied, it means that I'm going to have to pay for 4 consumer goods. And so with my current stockpile right now, that means I have 161 months in order to deal with that problem. And again, even little things like saying influence. I generate 4 a month. That means basically every 20 months I'm able to expand out to another star system. How do I think about expansion if I consider it as a cost of 20 months as opposed to some of these other deals? So like I could see a system, maybe it's got like 10 different planets, all with stuff that I want on it. Well, if I'm only generating, 2 minerals a month, I may not actually be able to exploit all of those resources in the time for me to get that next area. And as a result, a system that has a smaller number of planets for me to exploit will cost me less in energy and potentially go the distance. The other thing too about my consumer goods thing is that minerals right now that's the highest production that I've got right now. So I could really stand to divest myself of a few of these and turn them into consumer goods and alloys. And it's a lot more cost effective for me to build consumer goods and alloys than it is to buy them. So, and thank you, Paper Dupless. Immense ragged plains of shadow drift across Aurelian 4A's face. They are cast not by clouds, but by sheets of organic material drifting through the upper layers of the atmosphere, hinged or rather jointed to allow for a small degree of articulation. Science Officer Buri Bedonag is as yet unwilling to say whether these things are flora or fauna, or what possible purpose, if any, their elaborate shadow casting might serve. So, here's one thing that I haven't quite worked out for myself. And this may be that I just need to wind up building another, I may have to build another science ship for this. The one thing I'm not happy about is the pace at which I've been sort of exploring the rest of the galaxy. So there might be some stuff over here I want to lock down. All right, I do have another expansion option. I think I'm just going to wait on this a little bit because we're at the admin cap right now, and it's going to go up with our new colony, which is not terrible. If you go over if your Empire Sprawl is higher than your administrative cap, it just means things wind up costing a little bit more. But given that I'm going to have 2 colonies coming online, that is going to have, there are going to be consequences for that. It also means that perhaps on Quantos I want to build an administrative building. But I gotta think a little bit about this stuff. Oh wow, I'm already up to 55. So in this case, tech costs are up by 1%, tradition adoption costs are up by 2, campaign cost 4, and rare resource edicts are up by 4. I don't have rare resource edicts right now, so. One thing I can do to improve my my lot in life is to implement the recycling campaign. But I don't really need to stockpile, and I am starting to suffer a bit in terms of energy credits. So, yeah. Here's what I gotta think about for the next few turns. I need to get my energy production back up, so that's probably going to be the capital that handles that. I think I'm safe enough with food for a little while, and then by the time Gribbon comes online, I should be able to handle that. In fact, my energy credits are going to get to crisis levels very quickly, because if you take a look at what are the most likely systems for me to exploit? Well, I could try and take Iristilla. Right now that only has 2 energy, and it looks like there are 3 different planets. Yeah. So I'm going to have to pay 1 for the I'm going to have to pay one for the station. And then I'll have to pay 3 for the exploitation. That's a total cost of 4, which I'm going to pay for 2 pay for with 2 from Irstilla 4. And so as a result, the net cost is 2 or higher, because there might be other things to exploit. Now, all of this is stuff that I want, particularly the physics. But I need to find a way of paying for it all. And so this suddenly means that Quantos becomes very attractive as far as an energy producer. Through hard work and experience, Governor Cal Bascul has developed new skills. He now has an iron fist. In fact, I feel strongly enough about this that I should probably just build that infrastructure right away. So I might have been a little premature on that research lab. Yeah, okay. So on Quantos, the technician jobs, I think technician... Actually, I don't remember what a technician generates. So 7.3. Okay, yeah, we'll be laughing when we get those built. So I'll leave that be for now. I might make a second one, but I don't want to create too much slack in the labor market. At some point, I'm going to need to build up my my city districts as well, but you know, one thing at a time.
Star system charted.
Okay, so this is going to have... So again, I do want one of these. I probably don't want it right now, just given where my energy credits are. Wasset definitely looks very attractive. Because it doesn't just have the volatile motes, but it has all those minerals that I'm going to turn into extra resources. So, with that in mind, I do want Iristilla. I'm actually going to move up to Jebben's Maelstrom, though. So this is going to have a cost of 1. This is also going to have a cost of 1, but that gets sort of closed off with GNFAR. I may not take the engineering research, but I at least want to get up to Wasset.
Anomaly found.
A vessel of some kind has crashed into the surface of this asteroid. Wreckage from the craft can still be found in the impact crater. So we'll research that. So again, like it's... is a labor market the main reason why you would leave planetary build queues empty? Partly. I mean, to be completely honest with you, Paper Dupless, it's a really tough call because the easy way... So like, let's say that I'm sitting on like 10 available jobs. Like, why is that a problem? Well, the real problem behind that is just that certain jobs are not getting filled, right? So right now, I don't have a clerk. Clerks right now, for me, generate amenities, and they generate trade. Trade generates energy. So, like, maybe I do want to have this clerk working because, you know, the trade is worth something. Like, maybe I want to give up a farmer in order to get a clerk. Now, there's an easy way for me to accomplish that. I just decrease the job priority. It's actually not that big of a problem. The main reason why I'm not like just constantly choking up the queues in terms of getting stuff built is that I do sometimes like having the option in terms of being able to do upgrades. So like being able to build like a generator district or a mining district or whatever. Right now I can afford 2 of those out of hand. Some important buildings actually have a really high cost. So let's go to Castor Prime. Let's say I want to upgrade Planetary Administration. Well, that's going to cost 450. I actually can afford that right now, but I don't have the population for it. So that's one consideration. And the bigger the buildings get, the higher the cost. The other factor is that, in my opinion at least, the other problem that you run into is that if you, like, let's say I made the wrong decision, right? Like, let's say I can't really anticipate what my needs are going to be in terms of things like the generator district and such. Let's say I had one set of circumstances that were true at the time I was thinking, but it turns out like maybe I run into these sprawl problems, or maybe I have some other considerations I want to worry about. Retooling the economy towards the outcomes that I want, being able to sort of undo those generator districts and turn them into mining districts instead. It's not impossible, but it's a little bit more difficult than if I just, it's a little bit more, sorry, not quite difficult, but like in the end, I wind up sort of spending some time undoing some choices that I'd maybe made before. So yeah, I mean, you can choke up your build queues all that you want, but I do rather like the idea of having some resources in reserve just so that I can have the option. Also, you know, in some cases it's nice to be able to sell off resources, although I would probably never do that for minerals just because they're really not worth that much. One other thing I'm not clear about is if I actually build something. So let's say, just for the sake of argument, let's say I replace it. Aha. So it looks like I do actually need to pay anyway. So I think if you build and then you want to replace, you may still have the jobs available, but I believe you still need to pay the mineral cost. And so again, you're potentially locking yourself into mineral costs that you wouldn't have had to pay before, which again may not be a big deal because chances are you're drowning in minerals, but that's it. It's honestly not a good reason, but it's just kind of the way I play. All right. A small scout craft of some kind plowed into the surface of this asteroid millennia ago, creating a shallow canyon. There's no visible cockpit on the ship, leading our scientists to believe that it was either piloted by remote or through some kind of primitive artificial intelligence. Although it is too damaged to be salvaged, the ship hasn't been picked clean by looters yet. So 465 engineering for that. Excuse me. Again, I'm a little resource constrained, but I think it's good to keep the Navy.
Technology secured.
Navy on point. Geothermal fracking. New fracking techniques allow us to tap into previously unattainable pockets of geothermal resources deep beneath the planet's crust. So particularly 20%, not so much from my miners because we are short on minerals from our existing worlds, but we do have a lot of mining bases and it looks like we are going to be building even more. So could get bonuses towards mining stations, even more than what we already have, or I can do exoskeletons. Now you can see that these have gone from 2000 to 2050.
Star system charted.
This is a consequence of the Empire Sprawl. I think in this case here, afterburners are kind of a tempting component, but in this case I'm just going to go for more resource extraction. All right, newly founded colony. Good news there on Intham. Let's start them off with an industrial district as well. I think I will build that. So again, we really don't have the jobs for the energy right now, but I do think in total I wouldn't mind for... Actually, really wouldn't mind for 4 new energy workers on it. I feel at the very least I should be in the double digits for energy. I suppose one thing I can do for the capital for now at least. I don't want to make this a permanent thing, but let's take my farmers... How much do they generate a turn? 7.3. Wow. So if I get rid of one of them, that almost kills my surplus.
Anomaly found.
Good to know. Glowing webs of unknown origin periodically illuminate the surface of XR7758. And of course, because we're religious, you can't use robots to fix this. Okay, so this is kind of throwing away money right now. One of the reasons why I made the decision that I did, I'm going to need the extra energy to be able to claim not only Jebin's Maelstrom, but also Gianfar and possibly Wasset. So that's 3 points of expansion that I'm trying to prepare for. I'll actually queue up the... Oh, wait. I can't queue that up because it costs more influence if I introduce a gap. So I'm sort of acknowledging that Aristelia is not something I'm going to expand to until I have a better batch of influence. One thing that I try to do, so let's talk a little bit about the fact that I'm imposing a lot of Empire Sprawl. So am I worried about a 2% technology cost? Well, think of it this way. Quantos currently has got 4 researchers working on tech, right? So each of these researchers is producing, well, it looks like 5.6 and 4.8. So let's just, let's even go for the, let's go for a pessimistic consideration. Actually, you know, well, for this one only, I'll do the explicit calculation. So of my total research, what am I generating? Let's use sociology as an example. So about 14 points are coming from my my station, like the base amount and the stations, and then the majority is coming from the jobs. So I could say, okay, well, you know, I didn't have those jobs. We'll say 4.8 each, because that's kind of the lower amount. We added 2 of those jobs, so that's 9.6 for each of my researchers. So it would have been 27. Would have been about 27.24. But right now we're at 26.84. Oops, sorry, just a second here. It's probably not the right way to. Okay, actually, sorry. Here's how I'll try and do this. I'll just try and reduce this down to a single. I'm trying to give the pessimistic argument here. So for social research, we're generating the most. So we'll say, what do I say? Oh, it's 26.84. We had 4.8. Okay. Okay, so basically we're gaining 9.6 in the worst case scenario, and we're dividing it by what it would have been, which was 17 point something. Let's say 17.5 for the sake of the argument. So that's a 54% increase in terms of research that I'm gaining by adding these researchers. So what did I pay to do that? Well, in order to get those researchers, let's say that I needed all of these extra colonies, right? All of that stuff just blew up my my requirements in terms of, in terms of the infrastructure. And there is an argument to be made for that, right? Because if I want to build additional industrial districts, I'm going to have the energy for it. If I want the energy for it, then I'm going to have to build additional generators, which means that the things that I would have used those slots for need to come from somewhere else, right? All of these things are interconnected. So was it worth it, right? Was going past my Empire Sprawl worth it? Well, if my technology cost goes up by 2%, but I've increased my technological capability by 54%, clearly I'm ahead of the curve. Now, again, there's other considerations, right? There's the tradition adoption costs. I haven't really got a compensation for that. I might want to build a temple just to have that down. Well, a temple's going to have consumer goods implications, and again, I'm going to want to that's going to have to sort of feed back in over and over again. So the thing is that like Empire Sprawl is something you should be willing to confront. I believe someone said that it was actually always in the game, and that this is just making it explicit. But here is how, like, when you see red numbers, it's very scary to see that. And so the question that you ask is this action worth it? Well, for me, again, improving my I guess it's not a full 50% boost, because, you know, there's like the 13 points that I was just kind of getting autonomously. But overall, though, that 2% increase to technology costs is not nearly as bad as it seems, because of my, all of the other things that I've been able to gain for it. And then, of course, eventually I'll wind up building administrative planets, which will be able to improve my administrative capabilities. But obviously, I just have other uses for these worlds right now. Anyways, hopefully that helped unpack why Empire Sprawl is not as scary as it should be. Or as it seems. Science Officer Vac Chicana reports that XR7758 is covered from pole to pole in a web-like network of electrical filaments. These networks respond to external stimuli. The ISS Timbaka experimented with sending low-voltage pulse to the surface, which resulted in a wave of illumination that rippled through the network like a circuit board. Even more remarkably, the webs rearranged themselves. A second low-voltage pulse revealed that the filaments had been organized into a new pattern, centered around where the previous pulse had contacted the surface of XR7758. Vakjikana concludes that this discovery confirms his long-held theory that life can exist as almost purely electrical impulses, independent of cellular or viral structures. All right, let's talk a little bit about the expansion costs that we're talking about. So what's the net cost of this again? 1 for the station, 2 for the station, 3 for the station.
Construction complete.
Get back 2, so net -1. And then if I want to fully exploit them, -2, -3, 4, 5, and 6 at the moment. So -6 is a pretty high cost. Clearly, we're not going to be doing all of that right away. But the big thing, I think the real deciding factor as far as Wasset was concerned is the fact that it's kind of a choke point. So I don't need to worry about claiming any of these other sectors. I can build a defensive platform in Wasset, and I say, okay, this is a gateway to the Empire. Everything else here I can sort of safely ignore for the next little while, and we can start focusing on some other regions. And it would be nice if I can sort of find equivalents for others. So Thegian might be one of those. Yisum might also be one of those. Right now I'm trying to look to find some good defensive positions, and obviously I want to expand out even more, but at the moment, seeing as I'm starting to push the edge of my Empire sprawl, it would be nice for me to just sort of sit and consolidate and not have to make it so that I'm going to have to be messing around with the, with all of the different jobs and whatnot. So that's kind of, essentially right now, I did some early expansion. I mean, even to a point where I may not do expansion anymore because, the Starbase influence cost, well, I don't really need that much anymore. Oh, but the Empire Sprawl. Actually, this is pretty good. Never mind, I probably am going to do expansion. Because even if I don't have colonization fever and stuff,
technology secured.
Being able to get the sprawl and such down is nice. Right, nuclear fusion processes generate a great amount of power for ships, but without many of the risks associated with fission power. All right. Administrative AI is pretty much a must-have, in my opinion. It's also one of my lowest cost ones, so it is tempting to get the extra 20% from technicians. We are growing the number of technicians that we have, but 5% bonus to research, that's really hard to turn down, so we'll take that.
Construction complete. All
right, so just to help staunch some of the bleeding, we'll put a mine on GN4. One of the other things that's it's kind of necessary that I build at least something over here because we're not quite where we need to be for influence. But next turn I'll be able to build that starbase. Once that's done, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my existing Starfleet. It already kind of automatically... What's going on with Crash? So...
Technology secured.
That would have paid for itself. It's an arid world. Size 17's not terrible. But not super important for me. I think I'm just going to jump straight into expansion here. So we must expand our civilization to new systems and planets or risk eventual extinction. So development obviously is not... Well, I guess Gribben will get a bonus from that. Oh, did I not read the... All right, well, we give birth a little bit faster now. None of these are super inspiring. They all cost the same. Gene clinics, I guess, have... So I used to kind of poo-poo these, to be honest. But the fact that we're slow growers might actually make gene clinics relatively attractive. I guess the problem here is because of the consumer goods upkeep, I feel like that's already putting a big strain on what I want to be relatively limited consumer goods production. So what are my alternatives? Well, there's ground defense planning if I want to increase the size of my navy, although I'm already only at half capacity. So let's just see what kind of blockers I'm working with here. So, dense jungle, 3 dense jungle, and there's 2 toxic kelp, Yeah, I feel like dense jungle is the blocker that I'm going to have to deal with most, though. So this is not a terrible... This is definitely not a terrible choice. I usually avoid the blocker ones because I just tend to have so many other things that I kind of have as priorities, but sometimes you gotta, sometimes you actually need to, you need to free up some space. I'm trying to think of how else I might be able to inspire, inspire population growth here, but given the fact that I've built so many other colonies, that's not going to be happening. So the best I can hope for is to, stick with the plan, basically. Is I hope that my ability to expand out my, sort of my industrial capabilities will outpace some of the, some of the debts that I've incurred. So once Dressel is examined, let's get my science ship to explore Wistral. Okay, Gribben. So Gribben's good for a lot of things. Gribben will be good for farms in particular. But I don't need farms, right? Well, I sort of need farms. I'll build it so I have something for the workers to go to. But obviously, before I do too much with that, I do want, I want my capital to actually be at full capacity in terms of its workers. I do also eventually want to try and get to a point where you also want to get to a point where, okay, good that the artisan's working. Yeah, honestly, I just need to wait. I need to be patient. Are they building? Yes. Okay, so they're building on the star system. I wanted to check that because now is the time for me to upgrade the fleet. It's not that expensive, but it is nice to just double check. The game is currently managing ship design for me. I'm not too worried about it right now, given the fact that there's really only one thing for it to change. I did have a little trouble the last time I was playing with just... It seemed to be that there was this really weird set of standards that had been introduced, and I couldn't know whether or not my big fleets were actually using the latest designs or not. But I'll deal with that. I'll deal with that at the time. I don't think there's a whole lot of construction. I think right now letting the AI handle things is totally acceptable. All right, so there is a question as to whether or not I want to. So, question number one would be, is it really worth it for me to exploit these resources right now? Okay. One thing I do want to do is just build up my forces, so we'll get 3 corvettes underway. This, of course, will have implications in terms of alloys and energy, but I have to defend myself, so it's better that I just get that cost on the books early, and that I don't pretend that I have resources, which I really don't. Impressive structures litter Dressel for a surface, practically begging for some archaeological work. Well, we will research it then. Now, the fact of the matter is, I gotta think about my next expansion. Zorf is looking kind of tempting because of its energy. So there aren't that many planets. If there's only the engineering, then this is one of the rare cases where I'll have a system that gives me a net positive in terms of energy. Ideally, I will know a little bit more once, so Dressel is we're going to be investigating that anomaly. Well, we're halfway done. It'd be nice to have a little bit of an idea of what's going on in the world out here. Although, to be honest, as a choke point, Intham is not terrible. Okay, so Zorf is a pretty attractive candidate for expansion just because I can exploit everything in it and will still be ahead for energy costs. Minus, of course, the Empire. Every time I build out one of my systems, there's going to be Empire Sprawl, but I'm sort of accepting that. At the very least, I want to have some good choke points put down. Dressel 4A is uninhabited and indeed uninhabitable, but not unvisited. Its surface is littered with tall cenotaphs carved from some mineral not native to the planet, evidently placed here by some artistically inclined spacefaring race. The monolith's flowing lines deftly chart a history so fantastical it must surely be fictional. Surely. So we could image them for the archives, or they are beautiful. We will image them for the archives because we are the Black Codex, and we don't just let knowledge like that get distributed evenly amongst the populace. What are you saying? This is the other thing. So, I'm spending so much time talking about mechanics of the game that it is important for me. Like, I do keep in the back of my head sort of a little track record of what would be an appropriate or an inappropriate choice. I'm not slavishly adhering to it, so I'll give you an example. Personally, I'm not crazy about enigmatic engineering. So technology is simply not a way to solve a problem, but a language by which we ascend beyond the mundane. Lesser minds would simply fail to understand our advances. Oh, actually, with a bonus to encryption, this suddenly becomes more... Again, I don't know how encryption and decryption work, but encryption +2, steal technology operations will automatically fail when used against us, and debris from our destroyed ships cannot be studied by other empires. It was always kind of nice to pretend that you just kind of wrote spaghetti code for enigmatic engineering, and that it was utterly impossible for people to be able to study your, the software in your ships. But yeah, so like enigmatic engineering was one that never really excited me that much as an Ascension perk, but I do actually kind of like the idea of something that boosts my ability to encrypt. Okay, let's take a look at what we got here for engineering research. Again, we're seeing higher costs because of my rapidly growing Empire Sprawl. I could get better weapons, but I'm not quite sure what I want to commit to weapon-wise yet. Or I can lower my build costs and improve my build speed, which seems to be pretty much of a no-brainer. It also combines well with Voidcraft, so for those of you who are unfamiliar with Stellaris, each of your scientists are going to have a specialization. So a very desirable one is Spark of Genius, which gives a flat 10% bonus to research speed. This leader is prone to sudden bursts of inspiration. Standard researchers will not have a Spark of Genius. Standard researchers will usually have a field a little bit like... So like there's Terrence Tao, for those of you who know mathematics, and he just seems to be really good at everything to do with math. So like if you have a hard problem in math, you really just hope you can make it seem interesting to Terrence Tao, and you'll probably get it solved. Or like, and in economics, probably like a Ken Arrow would be a really good example. Like Ken Arrow, I mean, he got his Nobel Prize, but he probably should have had like 2 or 3 other ones. The concept of foo is sophisticated layer meanings in the Black Codex. Exactly. Favor Dupless is a true acolyte in the Black Codex. But yeah, like generally you specialize, right? It was kind of funny. I was in Brian's stream, and I obviously have my economics background, and somebody asked me if there would be a housing crisis in Canada. And obviously there's a few things that people are potentially asking by that. Do they mean, that there's a speculative bubble in housing prices which are making them unaffordable for people, and will that bubble pop, leading to a financial crisis like what happened in 2008? Because that's what sometimes people mean now, right? They want to know if the last crisis happened. Or, when they say housing crisis, do they mean that, there is a problem with housing, it's hard to get housing, and that's going to cause its own set of problems? That's distinct. It's actually possible to have one but not the other. For instance, if for whatever reason Canada's having trouble getting housing, you can have very high prices for houses, but not necessarily, like, that's not necessarily a speculative bubble. The houses could in fact be very expensive because there are not nearly enough of them. That still causes problems, but obviously the way that you address that is very different than trying to deal with the fact that there has been this, this sudden surge in housing prices brought on by people buying them as sort of these, these financial assets as opposed to a place to live. So the thing is, I don't know anything about that. Well, okay, I know a little bit, but like, I don't know anything that somebody who, reads particularly clever op-eds in other, in like a newspaper or whatever, would know. So, but I could tell you a thing or two about price indices, or political economy. Those are some things that I studied in university that I feel like I have a fairly good grip on. So in this case, Buri Dakara, well, probably they're good at engineering research in general, because in order to do work in Voidcraft, you need to know a thing or two about engineering. However, if you want a real breakthrough, you give Buri Dakara a Voidcraft problem. And in this case, they are going to show us wonderful things about standardized Corvette patterns. Whereas right now, Kali Dehen is an expert in field manipulation. Now, field manipulation has very little to do with computing. So while they might be a very good researcher, and they are going to take us to our research speed improvements, they're not going to do it as quickly as if we had asked them to do a problem related to field manipulation. So there is a way to sort of mix up your researchers to make sure that they're doing their best work. Although in general, I sometimes let I just let them stay put because I just have other things to worry about. Right, our sensors indicate odd irregularities in Aeronesis energy emission pattern. So we'll research that. Construction ships sitting idle. We do have enough for expansion, so we are going to go out to Zort. Sorry, is it Zort or Zorf? I think it's Zorf. Yep, Zorf. Oh, I didn't unpause. So part of this is necessity. Again, I know that I'm going to be net positive as far as energy, which makes this attractive. I also can't take Yisum, which is my only other option. And Theglin and Urstelia they kind of have the same problem. They're net negative as far as energy is concerned. By the way, those little stars up there are just people leveling up. I can't really do much to affect that, so I don't really worry about it that much. I've also got another 100 alloys. So once the base and... Oh wait, I'm not going to have nearly enough, so we'll just sit on that for now. Once this gets built, though, we can watch the magic happen. I believe this is a new track for the Nemesis DLC. Supermassive fleet. So this is one of the reasons I like gray as a color on the flag. Star patterns. The latest sensory readings from Aerones showed the star pulsating regularly, but when the crew of the ISS Tababka arrived on site, there was no evidence to support this data. While most of the crew are in agreement that the anomaly was caused by a sensory malfunction, Science Officer Vak Jakana discards this theory. Vak Jakana claims to have discovered similar pulsing energy emission patterns elsewhere, and now fears that something strange is happening to the galaxy's stars. They've charted the course to the nearest affected star. We must get to the bottom of this.
Situation log updated.
All right, so let's see what's going on. This is actually one of the first special... Let's just track that so I can... Let's get Aerones first, then we'll do the research project, then we'll check out Yisum. And this is getting built, so we will build a new Corvette. Sometimes it's also just really nice to look at this beautiful game. Okay, so priority number 1, let's get a mining station down so we can extract some precious energy. Again, we're sort of flying by the seat of our pants as far as energy needs are concerned, but we are out of our consumer goods deficit. New archaeological site, target from orbit. An artificial construct thousands of kilometers across is readily visible from Aranus 5's orbit. The shape seems to indicate a location of importance in the middle of it. Sensory readings from orbit indicate nothing out of the ordinary, so closer inspection is warranted. So what I think I'm going to do with these, once we've sort of explored our immediate surroundings, maybe that'll be once we get Yisum dealt with, I think I'm going to take the ISS Tabamka, because it's got the adaptable trait. I don't have anybody who's really great as being a dedicated, sort of being like a dedicated researcher. Actually, I guess one thing I could do, so I've kind of got 3 arms. I could build another science ship now that I think about it. Let's get a 3rd one of those things running out. So if I can't make them dedicated to archaeology, what I'll probably do is get the ISS Tabamka to do the archaeology. And then I will, once the archaeology is done, I'll sort of have one ship checking out here, one ship checking out here, and then one ship checking out down below. Okay, Aranus I think is net 0 in terms of energy, so we spend one for the base, one for the minerals and the science, and then we recover the 3 from Aranus 8. So that's relatively attractive in terms of expansion, but of course we need to wait until we've got the 75 for influence. I think we can afford to speed things up a little bit. Although I guess I'm looking at Whistle 3A, but I haven't made a decision in terms of where I go next. So this is kind of attractive because this is all cut off. So claiming Wistrel would give me addition. Oh, this is good. Okay, so now we get to talk about factions. Faction founded. A new faction has recently been gaining traction in the internal political landscape of the Black Codex, led by Matriarch Dimi Bethan, which is the leader. They call themselves the Hierarchical Union. Their members have been pushing hard for an extreme centralization of political and military power. A disgruntled faction will be a source of trouble, but one that approves of the government's actions could prove useful. So, right now we're getting 1.4 influence from the Hierarchical Union. If, by the way, it seems like these numbers at the top don't line up with what you know to be true, this is because these numbers only update at the turn of the month. So basically, in about 14 days, we should see this turn up to about almost 5.5. I don't think they do fractional values, so this will probably just be +5. In reality, I will be gaining 5.4 influence per turn. Which, if you think about it, it's over 25%. Like, the existence of this faction means that I've now got a 25% increase to my... 25% increase to my... my influence gain. Now, there's not a whole lot I can do with this group. So their issues are, I need to have an imperial or dictatorial authority, and I need to have a stratified society. So either through economy, if I have slavery, they're happy with that. Basically, everybody cannot be equal. You have to have, the elite, and you need to have the proles, and if you don't, they're mad. So because I have 100% support, right now they have exactly one pop on Castra Prime that likes it. But as this faction grows, the effects should increase. There will likely be a spiritualist faction that emerges shortly after as well. And again, I'll need to make some adjustments to the, to my laws to make sure I'm taking advantage of that. My science ship is done, so let's see who we can recruit. To be honest, this is not the best group. I can pay less in upkeep for this one, or I can get the longer lifespan. Let's go for the cheap one. So I think I'm just going to get them to go... explore the stars. I don't think there's a connection coming out of this one, but just on the odd chance that there is. But yeah, as a result, Wistral is relatively more attractive because I'm able to sort of gobble up this little bit of the galaxy to myself, and it still sort of counts as a choke point. But we'll see, right?
Construction complete.
Okay, so Zorf is done. We're waiting, sort of as predicted. This is now at 5, so I think we need to wait 1 more month before we claim Araness. Again, why am I claiming Araness? Because it, so I do have the cost in terms of the Empire Sprawl, but as far as exploit... Or wait, it was Holden, wasn't it? Holden nets out. So does Araness. And I think physics helps me out a little bit more. Holden will be the next one that I claim for sure. How's Qantas doing? Alright, still 4 free jobs. So I'm going to try an experiment here. I have a feeling if I increase the job priority... Oh, interesting. Okay, we'll see how long this can... hold. The thing I'm most unhappy about with my current empire is the low energy credits. However, I am also just kind of sitting on a horde right now, so it's not the end of the world that I'm doing that. A small rectangular object on the surface of this planet is deflecting all scanning beams like a mirror. Our sensors are unable to determine its material composition. So we will research that. That's over in Wistral. Lost to bureaucracy. Due to a major clerical error, parts of Gribben Prime have fallen behind in infrastructure maintenance and accommodation services. The people live in rather bleak conditions and will not tolerate it for long. Remedying these problems will cost us time and effort. Unfortunate. So add sprawling sums to Gribben Prime and an industrial wasteland. All right. This is just the game deciding that I really needed a kick in the nuts. So this will cost me... The question is, do I want to deal with this right now when energy's scarce? I've got 6 free slots right now, so it's not like I really need them. The industrial wasteland would be a higher priority because it's currently blocking my agriculture districts, which is going to be the main point of this planet. Alright, faction founded. A new faction has recently been gaining traction in the internal political landscape of the Black Codex. Led by scientist Vac Jacana, they call themselves the Church of Religious Conservatism. Their members support spiritualist and conservative values. And a new faction has recently been gaining traction in the internal political landscape of the Black Codex, led by Governor Cal Bascul. They call themselves the Alien Compassion Movement. Their members have been pushing hard for friendly relations with alien species. So the compassionate group is going to be a problem. As you can see now, because I don't have universal support among the factions, there's, first of all, as a net amount, I'm getting less influence than I used to. Now I need to start balancing some of these priorities and seeing what I can pull out. So, still, let's take a look at the event first. Star Crazy. The crew of the ISS Tabovka have made an unfortunate discovery. Like they suspected, the pulsating pattern observed from Iristilia was in fact due to a sensory malfunction in Science Officer Vac Jacana's head. Science Officer Vac Jacana has turned erratic and suffers delusions about... Isn't it erratic? Sorry, I'm curious now. Yeah, ha! I'm not the only one who can have spelling mistakes. Suffers delusions about stars pulsing coded warnings about the coming apocalypse. That's so good for this group. Okay. And having been appointed protector of the realm. Okay, sorry. Science Officer Vakchakana has turned erratic and suffers delusions about the star's pulsing coded warnings about the coming apocalypse, and of having been appointed protector of the realm. The crew believes he himself has manipulated the ship's sensory data during a psychotic spell. Vakchakana is now in a medical pod headed back to Quantos, where he will receive treatment. Thank you for your service, Vakchakana, protector of the realm. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, Society Research Gain 485. So obviously, Calvus School is very forward-thinking, given that he hasn't run into any aliens yet, or maybe he knows something we don't, which is on brand. Yeah, exactly. Like this is, in the case, this is the case of Vakchakana, but like obviously here, given that the whole idea behind the society is that, you know, it's not just that you have traditional cryptography, but there are these incredibly, like, that there are these impenetrable religious writings that, you know, people are drawing meaning from. And of course, the fact that it's an incredibly competitive environment. So if you're a leader, chances are you've got a bunch of other people who are like saying stuff behind your back and, you know, these coded messages inside of the group. Also, you know, you can kind of take this as, you know, if you're at a particularly snobbish party, you know, people are making coded references to things that you haven't understood. There's obviously a lot of different ways to understand that. But in this case, like, the guys finally snapped under pressure, and they've sort of seen the dark version of that, and they've failed to, you know, they've kind of gone to the beautiful mind end of the spectrum. So that's, yeah, as you say, very on brand. Unfortunately, and the Church of Religious Conservatism is now without a leader. So I got to get a new leader for my ship. This is one of the nice things about having reserve of energy. So, better anomaly discovery chance, and they are the youngest. So we'll stick them in there. Again, unfortunate that happened, but still, out of all the events that could have happened, I feel like that one was at least an interesting story event. Organizational circuitry, rerouting academic fervor. So we've got our extra research. So basic combat rolls is a really good improvement for my corvettes. I don't need to worry about specific weapon specialties. In this case, I just, I just get a bonus towards my ship's combat capabilities. The thing is, right now, I don't have anything to worry about as far as the, like, when it comes down to things that I'm using my Navy for. Right now, I have them built as a precautionary measure. It's not like I'm actually fighting anything right now. So I think I'm going to do the much delayed automated exploration protocols. This will also unlock automatic surveying, but I'm really doing this for the extra survey speed because it would be nice to get an idea about what's going on outside of my borders. Obviously, the extra energy would have been nice too, but the extra energy is going to be something that requires me to build a special structure. And of course, if I'm building special structures, those require people to work those jobs. And right now, I've got a massive shortage of a workforce. Alien mural. While conducting surface scans on Wistral 1, Science Officer Buri Bendonag and the crew of the ISS Damama discovered what appears to be an artificially carved slab of rock covered in alien writing. They have not detected any other signs of alien activity on the planet, and exactly how this mural came to be here is a mystery. We have prepared a special project to translate the text. Well, I like special projects.
Situation log updated.
So we'll put this one right at the top. Now, the hope is that as my empire expands and as we get some extra workers to, work on the capital and such, what's eventually going to happen is I will take my construction ship and we'll go back to places like Wasset and Glanfar. Basically, we'll go back to those places where I didn't feel it was worth it to build up the mining infrastructure. And we'll go back and claim those things. But right now, I just want to take systems where the energy costs will be covered. I'm already sitting on a nice big stack of minerals, so there's no worries there. But I do want to make sure that I'm building... Basically, I build the energy mine, so there's going to be a small period of time where I get a nice little surplus, rebuild my stockpiles. That surplus will be sort of drawn down as I build the sort of observatory and the mine, and then we just move on to a system like Holden. All right. Thorough catalog. Though Yisham 3 appears totally desolate and devoid of life, our scanners have picked up an encrypted signal emanating from it. Well, we can't just let something like a coded signal go by without, without a investigation. All right, selective defoliants. Through cataloging, gene sequencing, and computer modeling of exobotanical ecosystems, coupled with gene editing and dispersal mechanisms, will allow us to reshape alien plant communities to our liking. I think this is a new Nemesis main theme. Okay. So, no point in the off-world trading company right now because I haven't even started to expand my my bases. I will eventually work on that, but I have other considerations. At this point, adaptive bureaucracy makes a lot of sense, as does biodiversity studies, but in this case, I'm going to get the additional admin cap, because that's going to lower some other costs. And actually, come to think of it, I don't think I need to build this one at a time. Oh yeah, I'm already doing that. And let's get another Corvette built. I guess technically I could save myself a little bit of money by waiting for the... I can wait the 3 months. It's a little alloy, it's not a little money, but...
Special project complete.
Science Officer Buri Bendonag has managed to partially translate the alien mural discovered on Wistral 1. It is a memorial for an extinct alien race that once maintained a small interstellar empire in this region of the galaxy. They were apparently exterminated by the creators of the mural, a fact that they seem to regret. Given that the mural has been dated to be in excess of 300 million years old, it is likely that its creators are also extinct by now. Perhaps most interesting of all is the material that the mural was made of. Despite its age, it is in remarkably good condition. Okay, this is looking tempting, but again, I want to be careful about expanding out here because this is pushing me past some fairly solid borders that I've already established. Love's labor lost. Having decrypted the signal, Tikjakir was astonished to discover it was broadcasting in an archaic form of one of the main Emutheran languages. Speaking in these, thous, and whenceforths, it appears to be reciting one of the lost works of Vaki Baskul, a renowned Emutherian playwright who lived some 600 years ago. It appears that the broadcasting device, a simple satellite dish protected by a small shelter, is the only non-natural structure on the planet. There's no hint as to who left it there or why, but going by the wear and tear on evidence, it must have been there since shortly after the play was first written, long before the Emutherians learned the secret of space travel. We can only assume it was left there by ancient visitor to Quantos who took a liking to the play and decided to pay our species a strange and unexpected tribute. So, further evidence of the superiority of the Emutheran race, superiority reaffirmed, we get additional unity and citizen pop happiness, or wonderful news, disseminate the recording across the nation. Nope, we do not disseminate information in the Black Codex. We do, however, accept the acknowledgement of our superiority as a species. All right, standardized Corvette patterns, so we're going to build up those ships now. Establishing new standards for the modeling and construction of Corvettes greatly improves the efficiency of the production pipeline. So, let's do Afterburner. I hate that I'm skipping powered exoskeletons so much, but again, I don't have a lot of mining jobs, and it's very unlikely I'm going to have mining jobs in the next little while. So, we briefly detected some unusual energy readings emanating from this planet. It might have been a glitch in our systems, or it could be a sign of something more. So this is one of the reasons why I don't like going to 3 speed. It does help the game go fast, but I tend to do lots of stops and starts because I like reading the stuff out loud. So this worked out rather well. I can build 2 of them and still have enough alloys left over for the next construction. Okay, tradition time. So it's a little bit late to do colonization fever. We're not really going to be expanding 2 additional colonies for the next little while. Reach for the stars, so the influence cost is reduced by 10. Oh yeah, so I can spike the... I can get a little bit of influence back. More importantly, just being able to get the Empire Sprawl down is probably good. So we'll start with Reach for the Stars. The frontiers of our star nation are being pushed ever forwards. Soon, nothing in this galaxy will lie beyond our grasp. I'll wait for the research station to be built and then... So it's now 67 to in terms of an influence cost. And again, the reason we're doing Aranis and Holden is because they're ones that can cover their own costs. If this is true for Yisum as well, then I will expand out to that right away. If not, I might need to wait a little while before I consider further expansion. Wistral is looking more and more attractive because of its 5 energy. And there's not a whole lot left for them to examine. So even if there's like something for me to mine, which there is, as far as something that gets me resources, this is definitely one I want to keep an eye on. And it looks like Aruz is okay. So in terms of expansion, claiming this makes sense, or sorry, this makes sense. I guess at the minimum, this, because this is a nice little choke point, and it's a single connection, so it doesn't count quite as badly to Empire Sprawl as claiming this one. Claiming this is attractive. In fact, arguably claiming up to here is attractive. We don't know what else this connects into, unfortunately. And this now gives us some really good reasons to start exploring these branches and these branches to see if there's a way that I can establish some pretty good borders. Again, if I can lower the number of entry points into this empire, right now we don't have any wormholes, so I don't need to worry about any backdoors. I'm getting to a point here where, except for the Empire Sprawl, we have a pretty well-defended little patch, and it's why I'm willing to take on this Empire Sprawl, because it seems to be that this is a nice compact little area for me to work with. Microsingularity. A microsingularity recently intersected with Aruz 2, passing straight through the core and emerging on the other side of the planet. The encounter does not seem to have caused any permanent damage, but it has altered the energy output of the planetary core slightly in a way that defies our current scientific models. Further study may be warranted. Fascinating. So yeah, Wistrel's probably the most attractive expansion option right now, except for the fact that I do eventually need to fill in these gaps. And it's too early to tell as far as Yisum. If it got another energy, it'd likely be a viable expansion candidate, but...
Anomaly found.
Sensors are reporting a number of possible points of interest within the dense debris field surrounding Yisum 4A, so we'll research that. Now, let's go back to what we were talking about in terms of long-term plans before. Hey, the Eyes of Sin. Didn't realize you were streaming. I hope Stellaris is treating you well. Yep, that's what I was messaging about earlier. I hope you're doing well. For those of you who do not know the Eyes of Sin, she is responsible for these lovely emotes. Oops. And she does occasionally stream on Twitch. Now, I do recommend that you follow her because she doesn't have a set streaming schedule, and so it's kind of a rare and very enjoyable little surprise when she goes online. But if you are interested in following her stuff, and this would be either through, if you'd like to hire her for commissions, which she does voice acting, she does art, so if you'd like emotes like the ones that I've got, you can probably best reach out to her on her Twitter account. There is also some of the work that she's done on that account as well. But if you'd really like sort of a demonstration of what she's capable of doing, you can check out her coffee page. There's 2 reasons I recommend the coffee page. One, that is specifically designed to help her show off her art, but it does also have the option in terms of donating. And obviously, I've been very enriched by the Eyes of Sin's art. I really like the emotes that she did. I like it when all of you use them. And not everybody's necessarily a streamer, so not everybody's going to be in a position to hire her for voice acting work. As she says, she actually just recently got a camera, so she will be doing photography as well. I believe she might have 1 or 2 jobs already lined up, so she's done a better job at making a living as a photographer than I ever have. But in any case, this is an opportunity to be able to support her if, her art says something to you, if you happen to have the means to do so. Obviously, we're at a time where it is very difficult for people who are self-employed, particularly in a creative industry like that. The Eyes of Sin, I think, is a very talented artist, but is not one of the people who is sort of at the top of the field, and so is able to command very high salaries. And so for those of you that would like to continue to support that art, I do strongly recommend considering putting something on Ko-fi for at least some of us. I mean, I've been lucky enough to be able to keep my job over the course of the pandemic. So for me, $5 on occasion to support someone who does art that I like is not a particular hardship for me, but I do happen to know really does make the difference in terms of someone like the Eyes of Sin. And so for those of you that can take the opportunity, I would definitely consider doing that. And I would specifically ask that you consider the Eyes of Sin, because she's definitely an artist that I like to support. But I would also just say in general, if there's somebody that you know who does do this kind of work, particularly if they do it on their own, and they do have something like a Ko-fi or a Patreon, I would recommend that you can consider doing that, because obviously while we might be getting to the end of the of the period, it's definitely been a very difficult one for people in that industry. And I, as much as I can, I try to sort of help spread out the burden. Okay. So Ridamon is not the most exciting. So the real challenge with trying to take this system, it nets me 1 energy. And under normal circumstances would be a good acquisition. But in the context of expanding my Empire Sprawl is a really, like, seeing a big increase to my technology costs in order to claim 1 energy is not the most exciting choice that I could be doing. Do you want to know the story for the species that we're doing for this playthrough, Eyes of Sin? I didn't do a plantoid one this time, but I won't hold that. I'll try. I hope you won't hold that against me. Also, I seem to have misjudged Holden. This is actually a net loss. So 1, 2, 3, 4 for 3. That sucks. I wonder why I thought otherwise.
Anomaly found.
I don't know if this one was as good, but I say that all the time. So I've actually sort of lost my bearings in terms of backgrounds. So I'll deal with the anomalies and such, and I'll let it go on normal speed. Hopefully won't have too many interruptions. We've detected life signs coming from somewhere beneath the barren... Sorry, a colossal impact crater hints that something big collided with the surface of this planet once. And then the other one, we have detected life signs coming from somewhere beneath the barren and lifeless surface of this moon. What manner of organism could possibly live there? All right, so we are playing the Black Codex. This is Matriarch Demi Bethan, and technically the species name is Imutherin, but we don't call them that. We just call them the Black Codex. Who are the Black Codex, I hear you ask? And that is the most appropriate question to ask about the Black Codex. So the written biography, which probably doesn't necessarily correspond particularly well with... Oh, I will read this event, but I'll get the description of the species out of the way first. I'll get the written background, and then I'll give some details in terms of where the idea came from. So, accurately separating the facts and the legends about the Black Codex would require membership, and anything less than membership in the higher orders would only be accurate about 60% of the time. Reputed members have ranged from Rhizome Capital's most popular televangelist, Francis Baybury, to the unnamed head of the intelligence service of the Blessed Ilari Grand Duchy. The greatest cryptographers have been stymied by the Black Codex's use of metaphorical ciphers, while the great philosophers of lesser empires lack the computational power to bear witness to the labyrinthine sermons of Matriarch Bethen. The Black Codex knows and keeps all. What they do with the information remains to be seen. So the idea behind this species is so obviously there is a history of secretive religious orders, and this could be everything from like the Freemasons or, and anybody who kind of keeps religious secrets. There's also, you have this tradition of things like Gnosticism, where it's not Billy Graham, right? In a lot of evangelical movements, you will see kind of this idea that it's, salvation is available to anyone. You just need to believe, or you need to feel very, you need to believe it sincerely, or, and generally they are very, they're quite open in terms of membership. And Gnosticism isn't quite like that. It's more like, it's super hard to be saved, and you got to study really hard, and some of you just aren't smart enough for this start. That's like a really, please keep in mind, for those of you who are like fans of reading like ancient stuff or classics, I'm sure there's a bunch of people who are like, you're an idiot, you don't know what this stuff is, but like, I'm trying to generalize. I also tried to take some of the ideas of things like the Pythagoreans, who, while it's true the first rule of Math Club is you don't talk about Math Club, you have this secret order that's doing, everybody kind of seems to know Pythagoras' theorem. But there are also these very specific rules like abstain from beans and other, definitely very things that you would sort of associate more with like a cult or a religion. And then of course there's, Platonism. There's plenty of mathematicians who are Platonists, and obviously the idea of like what is a number and what does it mean for a number to exist? What is it? What are you referring to and such things. So I wanted the idea of a religious order that is more almost kind of to a point of worshiping the secret. And that in addition, this would be a religious order that is as comfortable discussing things like information theory, which is sort of a branch of mathematics originated by Claude Shannon. And it's not necessarily only useful for cryptography. It's actually also a very useful branch of mathematics that has allowed us to do a lot of communication that we rely on today. It's kind of like how telecommunications networks work. They would be comfortable speaking in terms of advanced cryptography, while also simultaneously being very well read and completely comfortable using very arcane sort of symbols and metaphors. So here, you're kind of taking the ideas from like Revelation and like the really famous part about the mark of the beast, and recognizing the number of the beast is the number of a man. And if I'm not smart enough to figure this stuff out on my own, but all of the indications seem to be that the indicator for that is Nero Caesar, if you kind of work out the numbers. I know like there's like a whole branch of eschatology, which is like, 666 is actually Visa, because the VI is the Roman numeral 6, and somehow the S and the A get turned into like the remaining 6, like 2 6s. Or like, Gorbachev is the beast because he's got that weird birthmark and it's close to his forehead. Like, there's obviously that sort of stuff, but like back to the source, I'm kind of talking about ye old readings of this stuff. It seems to be that's pretty clearly supposed to be the cool S being present through time. You've kind of got this you've got this tradition. If you go through history, you can find it. So the idea here is that even the traditional intelligence agencies of the galaxy will potentially have very difficult times understanding the Black Codex's messages and the way that they transmit ideas through their society, because they are perfectly capable of speaking in these very elaborate metaphors, which themselves are a kind of cipher. And so in addition to that, we've got a few traits. So I gave them slow breeders, not necessarily because there's not a lot of banging happening in the Black Codex, but rather it's incredibly difficult to have someone sort of rise through the mysteries and be a productive member of the society. I went for communal because, you kind of have this idea of a monastic community. It seems to make sense. Traditional because it's a religious order, right? And intelligent because, to be honest, you got to be smart to be a member of the Black Codex. And then the way that I sort of represented in terms of social traits. So the governing ethics are fanatic authoritarian, a single voice, a single throne, a single state. It is the solemn duty of the masses to obey those enlightened few who have been charged with the great responsibility of leadership. And spiritualist, because again, it is a religious order. And then finally civic. So exalted priesthood probably doesn't require a lot of elaboration. And then I went for cutthroat politics, mostly because it gives me a bonus towards code breaking. But there is also something kind of cool about the idea of, one of the reasons why all of these ciphers are created, and this idea of people who are kind of trying to outread and out-metaphor each other, is the idea that if you don't keep on top of your work, you will just simply, you'll be buried under a pile of metaphor. You'll have lost your job, but it'll take you about 6 months to have figured out that you got fired. You can't decide whether you should be annoyed that pop numerology for being lamer than actual religious numerology, or pop numerology being hilarious. I don't actually know that much about, I have enough of these fragments to try and put together this species, and I hope people find it interesting enough to go on the ride. Personally, I like having these ideas running on in the back of my head, because then we have things like our scientists that went crazy seeing patterns in the pulses of the stars, and it turns out that genuinely it was all in their head, and they've just simply cracked under the pressure of the cutthroat politics and incredibly difficult to understand teachings of the Black Codex. So that obviously adds another layer to stuff that has been in the game for a very long time. But I know for some people it's just make the numbers go up. So I don't know. Does that rank? It does have a reference to Rhizome Capital. Oh yeah, sorry. The other idea here, I don't know how to operationalize it inside of the game, but I did make references to the other species because I do like the idea that this is something that potentially people who are sufficiently interested in code making and code breaking would want to be a member of. And so as a result, kind of being a member of the elect here might mean that you are actually a double agent. But I got to see how the espionage stuff works to see whether or not there's a way that I can sort of make it work. All right, 42 years and 3 days. A closer scan of the debris field around Yisum 4A has led to the discovery of an airtight capsule containing an atomic clock that measures time with unparalleled precision. It has a frequency uncertainty so low that it will be another 879 million years before it gains a single second, and is counting down to a date 42 years and 3 days away. The capsule holds no clues as to what this date signifies or who the owners are, but it seems as though someone out there has lost track of the time. So we can keep an eye on it. Tick tock, or it's a bomb! Destroy it! The capsule is full of innocent-looking wires, any one of which could be rigged to set off a weapon of mass destruction so potent that it could wipe out the entire galaxy. The crew will snip them all. But no, we will keep an eye on it. The Black Codex does not destroy potentially useful useful information. Anyways, yeah, I especially Eyes of Sin, but anybody who wants. The other thing that I didn't cover was under Origins, so we did go for Remnants. The civilization once spanned the void, controlling much of the galaxy. They were eventually defeated and almost destroyed, but after a long period of destitution, they are returning to the stars. So it's implied with this origin story that this might have actually have been the intelligence services of a much more ancient empire, and that it's sort of in its period of exile, it's sort of taken on this this much more religious significance. Like the callbacks to the various that bad, huh? Silicon life form. Some kind of burrowing silicon-based life form inhabits a vast network of tunnels beneath the barren surface of Lyceria 7A. As best as we can tell, the creatures feed off rocks, and there is evidence to suggest that they possess a rudimentary form of intelligence. Their funneling efforts have shuffled large amounts of valuable minerals to the surface. So this gives us extra minerals. Not exactly what we need right now, but I mean, we might be claiming that. So the Alien Compassion Society will have something to do now. Oh, actually, come to think of it, I never did take a look at what Okay, so no purges. Failing to allow the wholesale purging of a species will greatly displease the compassion move. Okay, so we can probably put that in. They want new contacts, and they want proactive first contact protocol, enshrining peaceful and proactive approach to establishing. We can definitely make them happy on all of these. Empty shells, allowing for the replacement of organic life with robotic workers, will displease the Church of Religious Conservatism. Pious polity, having spiritualist values. Okay. Psionic pursuit, adopting mind over matter ascension will please. Okay. And then homogeneity, pious minds think alike, and having at least 25% of our population be of some form of spiritualist will please the Church of Religious Conservatism. So let's go to our policies and change a few things around. So right now, expansionist, I'm totally fine with that. Okay, so cautious, we will take every measure to prevent information about ourselves from falling into alien hands before we've decided whether they are friend or foe. Cannot attack neutral entities. Other nations will find it harder to establish communications with us. Negative first contact events are less likely to happen to us. Could be proactive. Meeting alien civilizations presents an exciting opportunity to make new friends and fresh discoveries. We shall do our utmost to ensure that first contact happens smoothly. Hailing unknown ships with a cordially phrased greeting and a copy of our official standard encyclopedia, along with its audio-visual companion dossier. Go to hell! We are never doing that. Cannot attack neutral entities. Other empires will find it easier to establish communications with us. Gain 50% more influence from each successful first contact process. Well, that's kind of tempting. And then first contact discovery speed plus 10%. An aggressive unknown dangers may hide among the stars. To ensure continued survival, we must be ready to strike without hesitation. Can attack neutral entities. Enables hostile first contact options such as abduction and dissection. Yeah, we're not quite that mean. Initial border status open. The borders of our empire represent our very grasp on the galaxy itself. We must decide if they are to be open and welcoming or shut and guarded to other civilizations we might encounter. I'll start with open for now. I will outlaw robotic workers at the moment. Do you wish to change robotic workers to outlawed within our empire? We will not be able to change the stance for 10 years. This policy will have these effects. Robotic automatons are a threat to not only our people's livelihoods, but the very fabric of society itself. We must not allow ourselves to be made obsolete. What if that encyclopedia is full of... Oh, that's a good point, Paper Dupless. So yeah, we will we'll ban the robots mostly just because of the the Church of Religious Conservatism. I'm fine with population controls. The hierarchical union. So yeah, we'll allow slavery, but let's get rid of purging for now. That should hopefully make the alien compassion movement like me a little bit more, and the Church of Religious Conservatism will also be a little bit happier, and hopefully we'll see that translate into more influence. You also like the Illuminati-esque ancient organization sort of feel. Okay, well that makes me feel a little bit better. I don't know. I kind of feel like some of my earlier species were really strong, and I liked the ideas behind this one, but I don't know if I actually delivered on the. I don't know if I actually delivered on the, like the promise. Okay, so turns out we are out of jobs here already. So the funny thing is we actually achieved what we wanted with the districts here. I think I am going to build another industrial district. On Intham Prime, we're getting close. We'll build another one, just for starters. This is going to kill our energy. Large mineral-rich asteroid collided with Lysiria 7 at some point during the previous 1,000 years in what must have been a major impact event. An abundance of minerals can now be found on the planet in the vicinity of the impact crater. Holy smokes, we're actually balanced. And we got 5 jobs available, so I can't really give up the. Oh wait, we're pluses for everything, but that's partly because Holden's not done its expansion yet. All right, well, this is looking pretty good as far as minerals are concerned. So as far as expansion's concerned, this is something of an attractive option. But L4997, strategic resource discovered. During the survey of L4997, the ISS Deverick discovered deposits of rare crystals. These crystals have properties that make them extremely effective at focusing laser beams, and they are also a critical component in most advanced electronics. In addition, many cultures treasure them as decorations and adornments. While we do not yet possess the means to extract this resource, we should seriously consider establishing control over the system for future exploitation. Now, if memory serves, I believe the rare crystals also allowed you to... If memory serves, the rare crystals would give you improvements to the ability to create civilian goods factories. Efforts to map the surface of the planet have identified a strange mountain formation in the southern hemisphere. It does not appear to have formed naturally. So we'll research that. The rulers gained a trait. We have received some rather troubling reports regarding the deteriorating health of matriarch Demi Bethan. Her haggard appearance makes it look as if she has aged nearly 20 years. The burden of duty can be a heavy thing to bear. So, Demi Bethan has become a substance abuser, and the short lifespan is now down by 20.
Construction complete.
Okay, so Aruz has been explored. I think I'm going to see what's available here. If I'm completely honest, I am very tempted to expand out to Crash. So Crash would be net zero for energy. I'd have to pay for Dorlin and Dressel. Aruz... So Aruz would give me +3.
Star system.
So Aruz would basically cover me claiming the systems, but it wouldn't cover exploiting all of the resources. Gigantic skeleton. What was previously thought to be assorted mountains in the southern hemisphere of Lysiria 3 have been identified as the massive skeletal remains of a single colossal alien life form. The bones have been dated as 3.4 billion years old, but our scientists have ruled out that Lysiria 3 could have supported life on that scale at any point in the planet's history. Science Officer Buri Bendonag has prepared a special research project to delve further into the mystery.
Situation log
And
updated.
I'll do that right away. So again, this is Control Shift and Research, and that's just putting that right at the top of the list. I'll admit I'm a little uncomfortable with the fact that I'm making this science ship explore this part of the map, because I really do want to see what's going on down below here. This will help me decide whether or not I want to pursue Wistral too aggressively. Yisum is not really an option for colonization. I'm curious what it would get me. Nope, that's not the right one. So again, huge... Okay, so like, compared to the other stuff that I've gotten, like, losing another huge industrial park isn't the end of the world. Oh my goodness. Should have been working on this right away. Yeah, you're not building on Holden. So yeah, Yisum is net negative in terms of return.
Technology secured.
Alright, afterburners. These powerful thrusters provide additional combat speed but consume a great deal of power. So the time is rapidly approaching where I'm going to have to start making some commitments in terms of weapons technology. I will skip... I am going to skip that decision a little bit later by getting Ceramo metal materials, because I'm always going to need armor for my ships. But for the time being, I'm going to avoid making commitment in terms of the quality of armor. I guess I can do the upgrade right now. So that's 60 alloys. I'm actually drowning in alloys, so let's do the remaining 4 ships as well. I do like the fact that it's called the Doe class.
Special project complete.
Our continued studies of the massive skeletal remains on Lyceria 3 have managed to shed some light on how the creature ended up on the planet. There are very faint residual energy readings that indicate some kind of dimensional portal existed briefly towards the rear of the skeleton. Science Officer Buri Bedonag theorizes that the creature passed through this gateway from another dimension only to quickly perish in the hostile environment of Lyceria 3. Why it did this and where it came from are questions that may never be answered. 515 physics research.
Vessels upgraded.
Presumably the sperm whale is nearby. I'm sure some of you who liked the Atoms patch will understand what I'm talking about. So,
Construction complete.
thinking back to what I was talking about in terms of overall strategies, we're back to the spot where, so we're positive on everything. I am struggling a little bit with energy. Now that's going to, in one sense, that's going to be solved with people, and in another sense, it's completely not solved at all. What I mean by that is having to wait for my population to get to a point where I will be generating enough energy to sustain, like, my empire.
Technology secure.
That's a really long time, and I don't want to rely on that. On the other hand, what other choice do I have? This is good. So administrative capacity is up 5%. The progress we make calls for new, nimbler forms of administration that may aid rather than hinder us in our pursuits. Tamanke just caught up the stream at 3 times speed. in terms of the game. Yeah, I do not play this game quickly, and I don't even pretend to be any other way. I tend to find being able to kind of speak out the thought process to be a bigger advantage than going for any records. With advanced AI, an advanced AI will aid science officers in their task to explore strange new worlds, to seek out new life and new civilizations, to boldly go where no Blorg has gone before. The science ship will be able to explore the galaxy with help from an AI. So now I can do this automated. I tend to delay enabling automated exploration until much later on. But it's nice to have the option, because obviously you don't want to fiddle around with too many things if you can avoid it. And at this point, I pretty much feel like field modulation is my only choice as far as research. So one way you can think about this research is to, view it in terms of opportunity costs. So if I'm picking field modulation, what am I giving up? Well, I already said that for weaponry, I'm kind of trying to kick the can down the road for my my fleet. I don't really have any enemies that I'm facing right now, so I can sort of afford to do that. I may regret it if I have to go to war right away and I don't have weapons for it, but at the very least, we've got more survivability with my armor. A 10% bonus to research station output. I mean, that is kind of meaningful. If you take a look... Oh, hang on. No, stations were my lowest amount, so in this case, we'll be getting less than 1 for each of them. I'm not quoting Valis and going full Gnostic all the time. I'm glad somebody picked up. So I'll admit I've not actually read Valis, but yes, part of this was definitely part of this is definitely a tip of the hat to what Philip K. Dick was. Okay, I'm is it Tilmaneki? Tilmaneki gets the gold star. Technically, there's actually been one of those for all of the. Admittedly, like, some of them are really arcane. Like, one of them was on the basis of the Johnny Walker Keep Walking campaign, and like all of the like revolutionary movements that took that up. But yeah, there's like a little private motivator that isn't always explicit when I'm talking about the ideas for the species, and Tilmaneki found it. Philip K. Dick is a very good writer, and you all should read him if you haven't. Okay, now I actually own Valis. I just haven't read it yet, which is true of a lot of fiction that I own, unfortunately. Anyway, sorry, I was talking about the decision for. For my tech. Right now, I'm running into trouble with energy credits. It's very clear the only way I'm going to be generating meaningful amounts of energy credits will be through my workers. And I was talking about how difficult it was for me to get enough energy. So again, we've already built in the infrastructure, right? We've already built in all of our generators on Quantos, and it's really just a question of getting people there and working those tiles. So the next thing that I can do is to make those, that extraction much better. It helps that Callie Dehen is also a field manipulation expert. So in 21 months, we'll see a big improvement to our energy production. So in this case, it won't help our base, but basically between stations and jobs, we're generating about 80 units of energy. So we'll see a bonus of 16 directly coming from field modulation. That's enormous for our
Star system charted.
For the problem that we're dealing with. And again, this kind of comes back to the kind of that theme that we were talking about before in terms of trying to lay the foundations of your future success in terms of where it's going. Actually, here's a fun. So I don't 100% know where this was written or believed. I believe this is something that Dick wrote at one point. But there was the idea that modern life was an illusion, that basically we were all sort of Christians in ancient Rome, like around 70 AD, and that the second coming of Christ was imminent, and that essentially reality as we knew it was sort of the final battle, the final illusion, that the second coming could not occur if we were all sort of on this belief that we're actually just kind of living out the remaining history, and that sort of piercing through that view, we'd sort of see it for what it was. But the Black Iron Prison. Okay, so Tilma Necki has. Please direct all questions about Dick to Tilma Necki. But I always thought that was a really
complete.
The years something from 400 to 1974 did not happen. The thing I hate is when I know stuff like that, but I can't point to where I heard of it. Oddly enough, that might have been something that I heard from Waking... Was it Waking Life? I know Waking Life was done by the same director that adapted A Scanner Darkly, which again, if you guys haven't seen... First of all, read the book, but second of all, I actually thought was a very good movie. Oh, it is from Valis. Okay, so that explains... Because I know, Valis is the one... It's about as close to the sort of the vision that he had. I'm pretty sure, at least, because I also know there was a sequel that didn't wind up being a sequel to it that I think was also an attempt to expand on it. So it's I know there's the
Star system.
There's the journals about it. Then there is the fictional work, and I know that's Valis. But I also know there was either an alternative draft, which was eventually published as a book, or it was an unofficial sequel. And that one I'm a little unclear on. It might have been Radio Free Ablamuth, I think was the name. I might have that wrong, but yeah, the two Philip K. Dick books that I actually want to read the most are Valis and Ubik. Oh, wait a minute. Valis had sequels already, though. There was the Transmigration of Timothy Archer was the... I don't know. I gotta figure it out. Anyways, I've got them on a shelf. They're actually within arm's reach, but... sensor echoes have indicated the presence of some kind of unidentified object deep within the atmosphere of this gas giant. And again, it's going to take us a while, but we'll research it. This is the thing I really hate about those books. I was saving them for a special moment, and then I got caught up and I never wound up reading them, and I want to read them. And the thing that I hate is that I can refer to them, but I don't think it's enough to actually just say I know the title of something. It would be nice to actually have a meaningful conversation about the contents and about, little things like whether or not it was a good book or not. The Divine Invasion, that's right. Transmigration is not really a sequel. Okay. And he wanted to write The Owl in the Daylight as a third book, but never finished. Okay. I think I should probably just take Yisum and be done with it. I kind of wish I could have at least one more planet, but this is really where my population is coming to bite me, because I'd like to have an administrative planet. The problem is that Gribbon's a food planet, Entham is a workshop. I guess the one difference here would be Castra, while its comparative advantage is in industrial districts, I wouldn't be completely upset turning this into an administrative block. Although I guess I can't do that until we actually get to the 10 population. Oh no, yes I can. And we can afford it, so... So I think arid worlds are within my comfort zone. Let me just double check that. Well, these are continental, so maybe arid isn't on the books.
Anomaly found.
A cursory scan of the planet's surface reveals a weak signal pulsing into the darkness of space. So we'll research that. Yeah, I mean, I kind of feel like at least plugging the holes in my borders with Yisum and Theglin are kind of necessary. I do wish I had a better way of getting my Empire Sprawl down. Because again, like at this point now, I haven't really been expanding my research. I've just been adding to that sprawl, which means my technology costs are going up over time, and so I'm seeing all of those benefits sort of eroded. Crushed cruiser: the shattered remains of a cruiser-sized starship can be detected in the decaying orbit deep inside the atmosphere of Ijax 1. It appears to have ventured far into the gas giant's atmosphere, perhaps in a desperate attempt to escape a pursuer, only to be crushed by the atmospheric pressure. The vessel is too deep to be salvaged, but a structural scan of the wreckage has provided us with some interesting engineering data. A remarkable vessel, 500 engineering. Okay, I do need to confess, I am probably going to have to wrap this up reasonably soon. I'm sorry that we're still sort of in early stages for the game. But I have been going an hour longer than I was intending to stream. But we'll try and kind of get a cap on the playthrough. I'm happy. Actually, now would be a good time if you have any questions about Stellaris, if you want to talk about the species as well. I love talking about the species. Again, the appeal of this game is the fact that I have an entire science fiction universe going on in the background. I definitely am doing the Empire Sprawl one. The fact that I've kind of got this really big science fiction universe in the background that I can sort of call on. Obviously, now we're at a point where we can reference the other species, although I have done that in others as well. So I do actually like talking about my creations because I enjoy them. I've never quite had the heart to throw them all into a giant battle royale because I don't want to see any of my beauties hurt each other. But yeah, if you want to ask about Stellaris, if you want to ask about the faction and all of that, I'll try and sort of ease out of the exit, or ease out of the stream. But I'm gonna need to find a way to wrap it up, because I do actually have some things I need to finish before it gets too late. Also, if you just want to talk about Philip K. Dick, keeping in mind that I've not read some more short stories, A Scanner Darkly, Counterclock World, which I'd be surprised if any. Well, okay, big Philip K. Dick fans will probably have read it. I think that was like the first one of his that I'd read. But Man in the High Castle is definitely my favorite. Yeah, we can just talk about good authors too. A network of small courier vessels is a reliable alternative for transporting VIPs or delivering messages that can't be trusted to FTL communications. This will tie our far-flung colonies more closely together. Oh, of course we got to do a good courier network. We can't be the Black Codex without a good courier network. So Empire Sprawl from systems and colonies is reduced by 25%. So that will hope. So the main reason why I wanted to do that, of course, is so that I can sort of justify my further expansion. So again, we'll plug up the holes for sure. But now all of a sudden I can justify going up to Crash. I can justify expanding out to Wistral. There's a few of these other ones that I can sort of pick up and add to the group. You should declare all enemies as an unwitting and sorry followers of Yaldabaoth, the misguided creator of the physical universe, who thinks he actually is God. Species are going for psionics and the Shroud. I don't know about the Shroud, but I'm probably going to go psionics wise. I did have to allow. So the one case where this doesn't really line up very well with sort of kind of the name of the patch is that I do. So the one thing I will say is that these are probably also better understood as Platonists. So I did also want to emphasize the idea that like these followers would not have a problem reading, Claude Shannon and understanding that paper. I mean, like Shannon's paper is actually surprisingly readable, but I'm not gonna it's not like I'm gonna. It's not like I want to, put that out. I'm like that's if I gave a link to that in chat, it'd be like, lol, I read smart stuff. That's not where I'm going with it. But the idea here would be that, the idea of the deep mysteries, are on a same footing as. The actual very practical considerations of secret keeping. And of course, I'm assuming that, in the Stellaris universe, there's far more advanced forms of encryption than what we have here. And I think the idea that I have is that for this particular group, they consider it one and the same. And so it is as essential to, to understand deep dark mystery something as it is to sort of understand basically to be able to understand like why a one-time pad is an unbreakable form of encryption, that sort of stuff. So with that in mind, like there is no such thing as spiritualist materialist species, so that's why I didn't go fanatic spiritualist. I went one down from fanatic spiritualist, but in this case here, it's not guaranteed that they would want to go. Partly this is also just me leaving myself the option open in terms of the stream, because I know, so there was the Oklar Citizen Republic, I think it was like one of the first ones I had. And what was really interesting about that one was that in the biography, there was a suggestion that while this very charismatic leader had successfully brought sort of this, this golden age, this republic, there were sort of increasing indications of sort of these dictatorial tendencies. And it just so happened that like the Den Badir bloodline, there were like two following leaders So it was, yes, it's democratically elected rulers, but they all have the same last name. And, it's like at that point you're sort of wondering, is this actually the democracy that it claims to be? And I was debating on kind of going down that road of like slowly moving them away from this democratic and egalitarian society. That was the Johnny Walker one, where it's like, could you actually have this group that was sort of rallied itself around this popular slogan? And is that actually enough to be able to sort of keep the society running forward? Or is it, it does its very shallow origins ultimately lead to sort of the corrosion of its values? But what happened was the bloodline died out. The Den Batters like died prematurely, and there were no more to follow. And so essentially the democracy was saved just by the pure quirk of the fact that the family died a little, the family name died a little too early, and regular elections were held, and people kept going through. So with that in mind, some of the tensions that are in present inside of the origins. One, the fact that if I could, they would be equal parts spiritualist and materialist. Admittedly, I turned down robotics, but why did I turn down robotics? Not out of any meaning. Like, I didn't do it because I wanted to. I would have done that in policies right away if I wanted to. I did it to appease the Church of Religious Conservatism. And so I wanted to allow for the possibility of political expediency to allow them to do certain adjustments. There is also the possibility of them wanting to, take on a bigger role in the world, sort of their origins as remnants. And then, of course, the big one, which is the spiritual beliefs. And that, of course, means to like leap into mind over matter and potentially, just become psychic powerhouses and such. So, again, as a good Pythagorean, you're not allowed to eat beans or stand on buckets. Esoterics are important. We only have the exoterics of Plato. The esoterics were not preserved. We do not know what they believe beyond the realm of ideas. Yeah. You turn down robotics because they stifle creativity in deception and code. Actually, this will also be the first time I do enigmatic engineering. So, anyway, sorry, Limbo. The signal originates from the remains of an antenna-like structure. Exploratory probes were dispatched from the ISS Dodama to the surface to investigate the matter more closely. What Science Officer Buri Bedonag found was a cavernous vault that, while easily pried open, was evidently the last safe house and refuge of some long-dead race of aliens. While reasonably technologically advanced... Excuse me. Yeah, this will be a really good test, actually. Technologically advanced, it seems that they never reached for the stars and perished on some planet-wide natural disaster. The vault is immense, housing thousands upon thousands of black boxes that the ISS Dodama has determined to be data storage devices. A special project has been prepared to decode their contents.
Situation log updated.
So, on that note, wait a minute, where... Thank you. So, like, this will actually be a great little cliffhanger to end on. We know what happens within Limbo. So for those of you who are not familiar with Stellaris, this is a case with this particular species. They've uploaded their consciousness to boxes, black boxes. And so there is an option to resurrect this species and have them live as a robotic population inside of your empire. Now, we've banned robotic populations. But obviously, the idea of the Black Codex, this, absorption of knowledge, and, clearly here, the game is going to make a very clear division between spiritualist and materialist. But for us, this is kind of one of these points where the tension really gets highlighted for this organization, because it's data that needs to be decoded. And there's potentially information by sort of turning these guys on and hearing what they have to say. Now, of course, that doesn't mean that we put them, inside of metal hulks or something like that. But where I like to go with this game, again, because to me it's less of a strategy game and a little bit more of like a role-playing game, this might be one of these points where we start making some decisions in terms of where we might want to move away from certain laws or certain priorities in order to, try and decide like what is the higher priority, what is the greater secret. Should harvest the data and dispose of them afterwards. Yeah. Well, then this is the other thing too. I actually removed purging because I don't necessarily see this as a particularly malevolent force. But that is for another time. So just a quick review of where we are in terms of the overall plans. I'm being a little inefficient in the sense that I'm plugging gaps for areas that I don't necessarily need. I do think resource-wise, it makes sense to move at least up to Crash, which is not Philip K. Dick, but J.G. Ballard. Sorry, that was terrible. I just kind of think the access to the crystals, the reasonably good energy, the fact that it's a good choke point, I think overall this is a pretty healthy little patch of galaxy for me to claim. Oh yeah, the volatile motes are also really good, so that'll mean we have 3 volatile motes when the time comes. Another expansion that I think we could probably justify would be Wistral and the 3 little sectors in here. Again, for the same reasons, it's a good choke point. There's really nothing arguing in favor of Intham over Wistral. The other thing that's really important for me is depending on what we find in these areas, it might actually be that there's sort of a branch that we can sort of combine all of these together with. Because this, like, notice here that Cantheres miasma, this doesn't go anywhere. So if it turns out, like, the perfect scenario, of course, would be that, like, these two get connected and this is the choke point, at which point, yes, it's a very large amount of expansion, but if we claim these, then we've sort of made it 1 entry point here, 1 entry point here, and then probably the entry point would be Yisham. I don't really see any reason to go out to the, the 2 energy in a desert world that I can't claim. How many planets is considered a good number of planets, and how many means should you be looking into habitats, etc.? I don't have a firm answer to that, Paper Dupless. What I could describe would be what you're trading off for them. I almost always make those decisions, and I think this is kind of the way to think about most of the Paradox games. I have a feeling that, like, if you take a look at the way that the forum is set up and sort of their code of conduct, they very often speak in terms of I recommend, and that is the appropriate way to answer a question, as opposed to thou shalt. So to give you an idea about how I think of these things, what does it cost? So the first question you want to say is, what does it cost you to get a planet? Well, it costs you a certain amount of empire sprawl. I don't know. I'm going to assume that probably it's... Oh, sorry, systems were the colonies, though. So yeah, it says 4 colonies, 15, 25%. So I'm assuming that you're spending about 5 empire sprawl for every colony that you have. So what does empire sprawl do to you? Well, empire sprawl will increase your technology costs, your tradition adoption costs, your campaign costs, and your resource edicts, right? As you can see here. So provided that those planets that you get are going to give you resources in excess of what your added costs are going to be, and obviously percent-based, it's going to be tough. Like, the later on in the game, those costs are going to be very high, and percent-based costs are going to be, very, very difficult to deal with, right? 10% on something that costs 1 million points is a pretty substantial increase. It's definitely more than, 10% when you're getting your first tech at 2,000. So, as you kind of saw, like, I was totally fine building another research center on my home planet, because the amount of research gain was huge. It was about 50%. And so in order to support that, I needed to at least colonize another planet to be able to get the the consumer goods up. So of course this is translated into a world now where I have some higher empire sprawl. Now frankly, again, a 5% increase to technology costs, I still think that research center was worth it. But it is worth kind of considering in terms of getting the planets. Like, you could have 10 planets and be within your empire sprawl, and you could still be in a really bad position because every single one of those planets has got 20 farm or 20 agricultural sectors available, no mining, no industry, no minerals. The reason that's bad is because you're not going to be able to support the activities that you want to get out of those areas. And of course, yes, you're under your empire sprawl, but that empire sprawl is now being used towards something that you can already obtain. On the other hand, you could have, let's say, 4 planets, and you've got one which is completely specialized for industry, one that's completely specialized for food, one that's completely specialized for minerals, and one that's completely specialized for energy. Now, you're probably going to have to try and come up with a little bit of a balancing act in terms of how your specialist districts are going to go. Less of an expansion limiter, more the option of increasing your admin. Yeah, but that's just it. Like, in the end, those bureaucrats need to be paid with something, in consumer goods particularly. And so if you have 10 planets, all of which are producing gobs of food, you're still not going to be able to finance your bureaucrats. You need to be able to build consumer goods in order to be able to support your bureaucracy. So this is kind of where I'm going with it, which is, in the end, you get a certain amount of free empire sprawl. And the best way, in my opinion, of handling it is basically, once you start testing the edges of this is where you really start thinking about saying, okay, I can get this extra planet. Is this extra planet worth the added costs to my research? And I'm like, well, it's going to get me a whole lot of extra consumer goods, and with those extra consumer goods, I'm going to be able to support 4 or 5 more laboratories. At that point, it's a no-brainer. But, in this case here, like, the only reason I'm taking Thegian is because it's strategically useful, right? It's 1 entry point as opposed to 2. I don't know, that's kind of how I like to think about planets. There's some other considerations as well. Like, clearly, a size 17 tundra world is not nothing. Like, I would, under other circumstances, I'd love to own this planet. But again, it's already got industry. So I've already got an industry planet. It's like nothing for generators. Moderate amount of mining, a little bit better for agriculture, ironically, because it's a tundra world. But I know that with, the 20% habitability, the upkeep for all of these workers would be immense. And then I can compare that to Intham, which has got, a relatively low upkeep penalty. And essentially, I'm getting everything that I could want out of it. It's also size 17, incidentally. And so as a consequence, it's less about the number and more about what those particular planets are getting me. In every playthrough I've done, I've actually just blown through my Empire Sprawl like it doesn't exist. But that's always sort of been within the context of knowing that, like, when it really comes down to it, like when it really matters, I sort of know that I have a good enough understanding in terms of what I'm trying to accomplish to be able to offset the penalties that come from my fairly aggressive expansion. And you can still see some of that in play as I do my expansions. Like here I said, the rare resources that I'll gain in the form of volatile motes and rare crystals is worth the expansion penalties, and I am in no worse of a strategic position than I was ending it at Wasset. And of course, the whole reason I pursued Wasset was because it had the volatile modes. So that's it. As far as my own plans, I mean, part of this, again, like I said, is a matter of just waiting for my population to get where it needs to be. We have 2 technician jobs that aren't being filled up. We're at least back to surpluses of everything. What I would eventually like is to be able to build another research lab, either on the capital or elsewhere. It does seem like Castra is going to be my administrative center. Again, I'm not all that worried about it because, let's face it, this planet is not exactly tearing it up as far as its endowment of natural resources. Maybe with that in mind, I might want to set aside a few points for city districts so that I can build these, specialized districts. But this one here was it was the first colony that I was able to build, and so, again, it's comparative advantages in industrial districts, but I wouldn't be sorry if this wound up being a little more administratively focused. The original plan was to actually make this focused on, I would flip this over to consumption goods, so I would do industrial world. But maybe the alternative would be that I just keep the industry as normal, and so I could make it a bureaucratic sector. And in this case, the bureaucratic job upkeep would be reduced by 10, and the administrative capacity would be increased by 2. Or the alternative would be that I say, okay, I really can't sustain my existing consumer goods, so I need to turn this into an industrial world. And honestly, at this point, I think it's just going to be trial and error. Like, again, my population grows somewhat slow. But I think probably this will be an admin center with a fairly strong industrial district. Intham is going to be eventually become a forge world. The capital is the capital. There's nothing I can really do about that, but its natural resource expansion is going to be generator districts, and it will have sort of a fairly strong research component. I don't really have a research world yet. And then Gribben is sort of the breadbasket of the Empire. Eventually I will build a... or wait, I don't actually think I have the farm. I think the one thing that will be slightly different, though, is I'll probably put a temple on each of the planets. That is slightly pushing towards strengthening the Church of Religious Conservatism. So I may want to reevaluate that choice. But that's definitely a fairly long-term choice. And of course, the one drawback here is that I don't have a good mining planet. But fortunately, I have a fairly strong mineral base that I'll be growing from, and this is why my expansion to these other sectors, even despite the increase to Empire Sprawl, like, what have I got? I've got 10, 12, 16, 28, or sorry, not 20, 32, 44... 50. So there's about 50 minerals just sitting on the ground with some very natural expansion areas. On that note, that was a lot longer than I had intended to ramble for. It's almost midnight for me, and it's almost been a 5-hour stream. So thank you everybody for watching. I hope again, the biggest one for me, I'm sorry to sound so insecure on this, but I actually really hope I come up with fun species for people to keep in mind. Just as a quick reminder, actually, I don't know if Eyes of Sin is still around, but this is the one that I made when I first got plantoids, that the Eyes of Sin was fascinated by the idea of plant species. So the Mandasura order was one that I had made for... Yeah, so I don't know if you remember this one, but this is the one that I made for you. Much appreciated. That was super educational. You feel like planetary economics is the last puzzle piece that you're missing, but you feel way more confident diving in than when the stream starts. I'm actually really happy that you feel that, Paper Dupless. The biggest thing I can say in terms of surprises for me was the ability to specialize the planets, like explicitly decide what bonuses it gives. That really helped me understand how to think about planets a lot better. And keep in mind, right, this is my preference. This definitely does not mean this is the only way to play, for sure. But that is definitely one that that's kind of the way I try to break down the complexity of Stellaris and make it work for me. I will find somebody to host, but just a few comments. The Mishar Cooperative. Now, this was before they added the hammer and sickle. This was my space communists before the game properly implemented space communism in Megacorps. The Tecarus multi-system I really like. So this was the idea that there was a spiritualist empire that did in fact have robotic servitors. Oh wow, I actually chose the same color scheme for the Black Codex. That's funny, I didn't even remember that. But the idea here is that this autonomous system was specifically handled for mundane knowledge that was not important. And the idea is that this eventually resurrected the spiritualist empire as sort of like a zombie slave race. I really liked the Valen Polity. These were my space cats. Particularly because when we killed one of the Leviathans, you had the option of picking a trophy, and I'm like, well, of course. What do cats do when they get a kill? They leave the body at your doorstep. Of course, we need to pick the trophy. You couldn't do anything otherwise. Rhizome Capital, they will be returning, by the way, but there is, there's our glorious Ebenezer, our founder. This one I'll actually read out. Rhizome Capital is pleased to announce it has successfully completed its first round of seed capital. Our plants are already running at full capacity, getting ready to offer you the finest goods and services the galaxy has to offer. Tax season got you down? Our bean counters at Deloitte are licensed in all jurisdictions and legal systems. Need help with housework? Rhizome Robotics solar-powered photosynthetic assistants are ready to attend to your every need. Under the sage guidance of Ebenezer Hawthorne, will make you green. Rhizome Capital. Leaf growth to the experts. Yes, as soon as Megacorp was introduced, it would. I had to build an entire species around the plantoid puns. The Akano High Kingdom was fun because of its stone ships. Everybody really seemed to like this. Although personally, when Lithoids came out, I like the Divine Zerite Covenant. This is actually the last spiritualist one that I played because I really wanted to try Inward Perfection, but this is one I actually also kind of like too. I'll share. Telmanicki says, if there's anything I could contribute to anyone's life, it would be to recommend the book The Darkness That Comes Before by R. Scott Baker. The title is in the world metaphor used for causality, if you have any time after deciding not to finish Valis. No, I'll read Valis for sure. Good night at 6 o'clock in the morning. Oh my goodness. Have a good possibly sleep or possibly start of your day. I'm not sure. But yeah, the last one that I'll mention, this is one that I also really... Actually, I really like Jomar Limited. That was the last one that we did. I actually really like the story for the Divine Zerite Covenant. The reading of Luke chapter 19 that Samuel Parks Cadman, who is a real person by the way, gave on the morning of November 10th, 1929 did not produce any significant remarks at the time. Yet it is broadcast out into space ever since. At exactly 11:13 local time, the broadcast reached the planet Zur. Quote, said to him, Master, rebuke thy disciples. And he answered and said unto them, I tell you that, if these should hold their peace, the stones would immediately cry out, was intoned across the planet, coinciding with the sudden achievement of sentience among the local Zerite clusters. Zuritan populace have since built grand cathedrals to the creator Gospel Luke, and continue to meditate on its existence to this day. So the idea behind this one was, first of all, Lithoids had came out, so of course I need to have... Actually, it's occurred to me, I am not particularly, I should maybe share, I don't have any particularly strong religious convictions. And it's occurred to me that between the Black Codex and the Divine Zerite Covenant, I've been talking a lot about religion and spirituality, so I don't want to give the impression, like, if you were to sit down and ask me about theology, I would probably be very disappointing, because I don't know that much. But as it was, I do happen to know that Samuel Parks Cadman was a very early radio preacher. And I really like the idea of the fact that broadcasts from Earth just keep radiating out into the world. And I really like, I wanted to take that idea and I wanted to combine the idea of cargo cults and the idea that out of pure coincidence, that very resonant passage of scripture hit the planet at the moment, again, totally randomly, that hit the planet, and the idea that this rather apropos passage from Luke lands at the moment that these rocks sort of realize that they are beings, and that they put this tremendous significance on this completely random event. And so in this case here, I decided to go for Inward Perfection. So Jomar Limited was a doomsday scenario, and this was a case of somebody, particularly ambitious business school graduate applying to the CEO job, like somebody who would never get the job under normal circumstances. But it just so happens that this megacorp has, not necessarily through any malevolence, but through sort of this neglect, has sort of mismanaged the planet to a point that there's only 30 to 50 years left, and that anybody who's in a position to contend for the CEO job knows that job is stressful enough that they don't want it, and that basically the day that the CEO gets appointed, they get this document sort of explaining that the world is about to blow up and that they're responsible for doing the evacuation. And it's, that one. So this one has a really mundane origin. I was watching the TV show Succession, and there's a character that suddenly finds out that there's this basically this like bomb of a corporate problem lying underneath them. They find that out on the day that they become the head. So that was informing that a little bit. So yeah. So the Black Codex, it's a little more transparent this time because somebody picked up on some of the Philip K. Dick references inside of this. But yeah, this is one where I wanted to try and take a little bit of my understanding of some of the ancient world. So Platonism, the Pythagoreans, some aspects of Gnosticism, which is kind of the Gnosticism is really the heavy connection to Philip K. Dick. I'm actually kind of interested in code making and code breaking. There's a really good book by Simon Singh called The Code Book. And I actually just got another book. This one actually just came in the mail not too long ago. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing how the events of Season 2 are resolved. This one's called The Mathematics of Secrets, Cryptography from Caesar Ciphers to Digital Encryption by Joshua Holden by Princeton University Press. I haven't read it yet because obviously if I haven't read Valis, I probably shouldn't be reading anything else. But I'm really interested in this one. So, and then obviously, I know enough to talk about Claude Shannon. But this is one where I wanted to try and sort of play a little bit with the barriers between the materialist and spiritualist ethics inside of the game. And then, of course, this idea, to a certain extent, like I was interested in organizations like the Cabernet Noir in France, but there isn't quite as much room for this one here. I just sort of I prefer it instead, as the Eyes of Sin pointed out, sort of the Illuminati, Freemasonry, and this idea that perhaps this religious order around the idea of collecting knowledge, understanding secrets, having it be really hard and really cutthroat, and the fact that this purity, either sort of this alchemy, the refining of the individual, not necessarily the metals, being something very attractive to the people who would be interested in that line of work. And so the potential that people who are working in the intelligence services of other empires might in fact be a member of this religious order, I thought was an interesting one, particularly in the idea that, again, I don't view... So the thing here is that by bringing in some of the conspiracy theory and such, it, again, gives this implication that this is a malevolent organization. I'm really trying to avoid that. It might be cutthroat, but I did get rid of the idea of purges and such. That, this is a group that, under other circumstances, this is about as close as I can get to playing one of the... like the curator, or like one of those, the trader groups. So, Talwyn, I'm actually just wrapping up, but thank you for stopping by. Anyways, yeah, I'm sorry I can't quite capture the. I really wish I could capture some of the ideas from the previous ones. I don't know if this one was quite as good as some of the others. But anyways, I'm noticing there's a heck of a lot of other people playing this game and being very successful at streaming it. I normally like to host down, but I don't know any of the people hosting down. I do know, however, that Miss Ariella, who gets referred to more than a few times, but I don't get a chance to host very much, is she is a moderator for Temorag, and it looks like Temorag is streaming Stellaris. So I am going to raid him. If you want to use the message and such, you're totally welcome to, but I should say I don't actually know them that well. I have met them once at a party. They probably would not remember me. But I think it's actually really cool that some bigger content creators are taking a look at Stellaris. So I encourage you guys to hang out. I thank you for staying, especially with the extended goodbye. So the least I could do is offer you some more Stellaris. As far as me, just keep in mind, Stellaris is going to be the Monday game for the next little while. Wednesday, I'm going to be doing the new Phantom Brigade update. Tomorrow there will be an Elder Scrolls pre-recorded vodcast that has been uploaded to Twitch and is currently being processed. And then, it's actually already processed. And then on YouTube, it's already being digested. And then Friday, I'm probably back to Hollow Knight, but I will have a little bit to say about that because I might need to change things up a little bit. But for those of you who are here for Stellaris, I will see you all next week. For those of you who are wondering what happened to the Brace Yourself games, that's definitely going to be on Wednesday, and then Friday for the Hollow Knight crowd. So until next time, thank you very much for watching, and we'll see you later.